Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to French Dip Empire. This is the Empress. And we are back with our series on the Menendez brothers, reading Dominick Dunne's articles for Vanity Fair magazine back in the 1990s on the Menendez brothers trial. And hello, Movie of the Week in chat says hi. Hi, Movie of the Week. Glad to see you here again, as usual. My number one fan. We can hear you. Great. My mic is turned on, so I'm glad you can hear me. Getting into the stream, I'll give it a few minutes in case there's anyone wandering in. We're doing a multi-part series. I have 5 articles on the Menendez brothers written by Dominick Dunne, the late writer, from 1990 until 1996. And I actually found another article today when I was looking up an update on one of the people mentioned in these articles, one of the sort of lesser players in the Menendez brothers trial saga, that was written, it was a Vanity Fair article from this year, not written by Dominick Dunne, obviously, because he's not alive. But it is about the Oziels and Judelon Smith, who in Dominick Dunne's first article, which we covered on the first stream, they're quite an entertaining couple. The doctor who was the therapist who testified at the trial, and his one-time mistress, who was the sort of central figure in how the brothers ended up getting arrested. She was the one who talked to the police and got the case kind of blown wide open, I guess. But they are interesting, odd people on their own. Not a judgment odd, but just the whole story is odd. The Menendez brothers situation, not just the case, but everything in and around the case. Friends of theirs, the people involved in the trial. There's just a lot of odd occurrences and odd individuals. So if you want the background on Dr. Oziel and Judelon Smith, I would recommend going back and listening to the first stream where we covered the first Dominick Dunne article, because there's a big segment about those two in the, I would say, second half of the article. And they were in the second article by Dominick Dunne, which we covered on yesterday's stream. They figured a little bit more prominently, but this is the 2024 article I found is much shorter than the 2 articles that I read previously, and shorter than today's article, but it gives a little bit of an update on where they are and what happened with them. Movie of the Week in the chat says, Judelon sounds like the villain from a 50s sci-fi movie. You mean the name? Yeah, I agree. Or it kind of sounds like a founding Mormon father, even though Judelon Smith is a woman. But it has that sort of old-timey biblical kind of a name. I don't know. Is that literally a biblical name? I've never heard the name Judelon before, or maybe she made it up. Not really sure. But anyway, this is today's article. This is from, it says September 2008 below Dominick Dunne's name on the screen, but that seems to be the date that Vanity Fair put the article up on their website. As you can see here, it says Courtroom Notebook, March 1994 issue. So this is article number 3. The first article was from 1990, and that was after the brothers had been arrested and charged, but the trial had not yet begun. The second article was from 1993, 3 years later, and at that point the trial had begun. Now we're in 1994. This is March 1994, and so a mere, 5-6 months after the last article. Movie of the Week in the chat says Judelon, Hebrew woman of praise. Okay, so it is a not a man's name, but a female name. Well, I guess anybody could have the name. It will work for anybody, but means woman of praise. Okay. Okay, so let's start the article. I'll just scroll down. There they are. The brothers themselves back in, I guess, 1994. And this is how it would have appeared in the article in the magazine itself. If you flip the magazine open back in 1994, this is what you would have seen. The article is Menendez Justice, and scrolling back up. After a long trial, 2 hung juries. Oh, the trial was over. And an earthquake. The story of Lyle and Erik Menendez seems murkier than ever. But in interviews with friends and relatives of the confessed killers, the author, who has followed the case for Vanity Fair from its bloody beginnings, debunks the tearful defense of SM. Note to listeners, viewers, listeners, have to be careful with language. YouTube is sensitive to certain topics, certain words and phrases, obviously. And in case anyone out there is in a place where maybe you don't want people to hear anything sensitive, if children are around or what have you, I'm going to try to keep it as clean and, family friendly, if you will. It's a story of 2 men who murdered their parents. It's not the most family friendly topic, but I will try to keep it clean. I have to use euphemisms and initials instead of full words. I hope you'll kind of be able to work with me on this one. I would prefer to read it as is, but I can't because of YouTube. So if you want to know what I'm actually avoiding saying, you can look on screen and you can see the words that will be written. Hopefully that's good enough and won't cause any problems with YouTube or anyone else. So, okay, debunks the tearful defense of SM that divided the juries, the press, and the public, and turned a family tragedy into a marathon courtroom drama. Menendez Justice. Okay. And we start with a quote, and I believe I have not read this article. I am reading this I probably read it at the time. I was definitely a Vanity Fair reader, loved Dominick Dunne, loved his books, loved his articles, but I have not seen this article since 1994. So this is going to be news to me, but I did scan it, and there are these little quotes sprinkled throughout the italicized quotes. So we start with a quote. There are people who think these kids should get the Nobel Prize. We've all made a mistake, or most of us have, which is we've assumed that they were abused, and there's no reason to think they were abused. Stephen Brill, creator of Court TV, on Charlie Rose, January 12, 1994. So what happened? I'll tell you what happened. I was there, and these are my beliefs. Of course, this is Dominick Dunne talking, not me. 2 juries took the word of 2 world-class liars, 2 rich, spoiled, arrogant losers who were already on the road to a criminal life when they shot their mother's face off and their father's brains out. 2 juries made up of people the killers privately expressed to friends and confidants they didn't quite consider to be their peers, fell for their pretty faces, pretty? Their crocodile tears, and their extravagant lies. Correction. Not all the jurors did, only some of them. And that's all it takes to hang a jury. Those who went along with the defense were in the thrall of a tiny, mesmerizing, brilliant, overpowering 50-year-old woman who dominated the proceedings from the beginning to the end of a 6-month trial, leaving everyone in the dust behind her. She was impassioned. She was moving. She was possessed with fervor. She was often enraged. She was also mean, harsh, crude, and gutter-mouthed. Even the 2 well-known but uncivilized words ending with UCKER were not alien to her vocabulary. She reserved one for the prosecution's chief witness, Dr. L. Jerome Oziel. There he is, Dr. Jerry, to whom the killers had confessed their crime. Allegedly. She reserved the other for Judge Stanley M. Weisberg, who had made a ruling in which she didn't agree. And you can print that. She snapped at one reporter in the elevator after her attack on the judge. Oh, movie of the week says in the chat, quote, pretty faces, unquote. Yes, I mean, even if you found Lyle and Erik attractive, I don't believe one would describe either of them as pretty boys. That's not really they have more rugged, I would say. If you thought they were handsome, I could see that, but pretty? They don't seem to be soft and, pretty. Pretty wasn't the word I would use, but okay. All right, continuing with the article. In a post-trial interview with Terry Moran on Court TV, Leslie Abramson, with a patient smile and a dismissive, they don't get it, shake of her head, called those jurors who held out for a murder conviction uneducable, as if their minds were too dim to understand the consequences of abuse. That two people had been brutally slain seemed to be a matter of irrelevance. Their names were not even mentioned in the interview. Abramson's job, however, was not to educate jurors. Her job was to convince them. She almost did. Her amazing persuasive powers convinced a great many people that the M had taken place. And that's the word I'm skipping over. M. Okay, it's really funny that the tone, to me, it's funny that the tone of Dominick Dunne's article is so very different than the tone of a lot of the coverage now, that he's saying it doesn't matter almost, it basically doesn't matter to Dominick Dunne if the crimes, if the abuse happened to the brothers. All that matters is that if they admitted doing the crime, which they did confess, then they were guilty of premeditated murder, and therefore they should be convicted and serve out the sentence for that, regardless of any abuse. He did not buy the abuse excuse. And I think that was sort of the prevailing feeling in the country at the time, even if and I also think that the prevailing attitude at the time was disbelief. That much like the jury, there wasn't a large belief in the abuse excuse, as they're calling it, or defense. I think defense is maybe a more neutral way. Excuse sounds like they're lying, and I don't know if they are or they're not about the abuse. It sounds like at least some of the abuse was definitely possible, probable, I would say. But now the tone is very, very different. It's almost the Uno reverse card of attitudes. And I wonder what Dominick Dunne would be writing today, how up in arms he would be at the idea that the brothers would be released, even with the abuse. Movie of the Week in the chat writes, yeah, folks weren't sympathetic and they didn't believe the brothers. Yeah, that seemed to be the overwhelming feeling. Okay, so we've reached another quote, another italicized quote. Okay, I'm going to avoid the Anne Hathaway video here down at the bottom, which is irrelevant. Look how compelling these abuse cases are. I mean, you have these clients who are not criminals, but sympathetic, decent people who are in terrible trouble, and their so-called victims are nothing short of monsters. The name of the show, about the Menendez brothers, who deserve to be stopped. Just because you're dead doesn't mean you're a victim, a saint. Hitler is dead too. And that's a quote from Leslie Abramson, quoted by Gay Jervey, that's the person's given name, the American lawyer from May 1991. Now, what is that term that they use on the internet of how quickly it takes for someone to invoke the name of Hitler in an argument? And she got there like lickety split. That's awesome. All the way back in 1991. Okay. So is she saying that her clients are not criminals? They may be sympathetic depending on how you look at them, but they were criminals because they were burglarizing. As we learned from the first and it reiterated in the second article, both of the brothers had participated in very high-value burglaries of their neighbors in Calabasas before they even moved to Beverly Hills. Godwin's Law. Thank you, Movie of the Week. I couldn't remember that term. Godwin's Law, yes. Okay, so we've hit it within the first page or two of this article. Okay, back to the article. I found myself to be both repulsed and fascinated by the Menendez brothers. Cry for what has been done to us, not for what we have done to others, seemed to be the bottom line of their testimony and their courtroom presence. Contrition and repentance evaded them. Rarely have parents been so defiled by their children, or victims by their killers. Throughout, the brothers acted as if forgiveness were their due. The parents they had killed had already forgiven them their trespasses during their flirtation with criminal life, trespasses that would have put less fortunate young men in reform schools or jails. The parents had paid off for them and made the major parental error of not dealing with the problems that caused the transgressions. In the final family irony, the hard-earned fortune of Jose Menendez, a Cuban immigrant who had made good, paid for the high-priced legal team that was expected to get his sons forgiven. Again. Okay, this is kind of interesting. Yes, it's true that when the brothers were caught having committed those burglaries, the dad basically made them pay things back, give the property back, and sort of settled things. But also the people whose money and jewelry had been stolen, they didn't press charges. So it was also their fault. They decided that the boys were good enough, that they didn't deserve criminal records, I guess. Well, they did get charged, actually, right? Because it said that they had Erik take the fall because he was underage. Lyle was overage. And the dad wanted Erik to take the fall for Lyle, so Lyle could still go to Princeton. And so Erik got probation. So they did get into the criminal justice system. It wasn't entirely the dad's fault. And it sort of was. He raised them. But I wonder how that worked. They managed to arrange some kind of reparatory payments through the court. It never got explained. Dominick Dunne didn't fully explain that, and I don't know personally. Okay, moving back to the article. Lest I be grouped in that contemptible circle of people Abramson calls uneducable on the subject, those people who cannot and will not understand the gravity of child abuse, I feel reluctantly obliged to reveal my own deep secret on that matter. I was abused as a child. Although the term child abuse, I hope YouTube doesn't have a problem with that term alone. The term child abuse was not in use at the time. I was not abused as, you can see that word here on the screen, but physically and psychologically. I was beaten with straps, hangers, and riding crops. Ow. I have had welts on my legs and thighs. To this day, I remain partially deaf from a blow to the ear when I was in the 5th grade. Okay, this is not my word. This is not my judgment. I hope no one gets angry at me. I'm just reading what Dominick Dunne wrote about himself. I was a sissy. I was not good at sports. I embarrassed my father, a prominent heart surgeon in Hartford, Connecticut, who was otherwise a loved and highly respected figure. Although the beatings eventually stopped, the mockery continued until the day my father delivered me to the induction center in New Haven, Connecticut, when I was 18 years old, to go off and serve in World War II. Movie of the Week writes in the chat, yikes. Yes, yikes. And I wonder if the physical abuse stopped when he got big enough to be able to hit back. I wonder if the father only used the hands until it got to the point where he thought that maybe his son might throw hands back. And by that point, he'd already apparently molded his personality such that he wasn't going to react, to the mere, and I use mere in huge quotes, psychological abuse, which is not mere at all. Okay, back to the article. When I returned, the medal I wore on my chest, pinned on by a general after an incident in battle, changed the dynamic between my father and I. Sissies don't wear medals. He died before any rapprochement was made. The obligatory conversation between us, which might have heralded an understanding for the future, was never held. Now, decades later, I still remember. I am unable even to visit his grave. But I never wanted to K him. The thought never once entered my mind. Oh, that's because he beat it out of you, Dominick Dunne. Come on. Well, he's accurate, of course. There were alternatives. He's right. I went away to boarding school. Well, lucky for you, you had the money. Not all kids did or do. I went away to war. Well, that's one way to to avoid your father hitting you. Have people shoot at you. That's better. That's way better, right? Oh my goodness. I went away to college. I went away to my life. Okay, very true. Today's statistics, and remember, this is an article from 1994, so 30 years ago. Today's statistics indicate that more than 3 American children die each day from abuse or neglect. That's staggering. I mean, 3 is not a large number, but for children and people no longer with us, it's huge. Movie of the Week in the chat says, this is kind of turning into a self-own. Yes, Dominick Dunne is, it's one step from better for the, that it made him the man that he would be, that kind of like rationale of, oh yes, I was abused, but it made me a better or stronger person. It doesn't seem, that's not exactly what he's saying, but he's sort of taken the half step, like, I know that the abuse was wrong, and I know my father was not good for doing that, and he has issues with it, but not the full, like, you know what I mean? Full processing, perhaps, of what it may have done inside, if that makes sense. But anyway, enough armchair psychology for the moment. Well, let's get back to his armchair psychology. Okay, it is a subject that must be reckoned with. Yes, and 30 years later, we have gotten pretty much nowhere, even though we admit to it, but it's still not being dealt with properly, okay? But it is also a subject that is being, ludicrously overworked in the justice system. Interesting. It has become an increasingly popular defense to gain an acquittal or an inconsequential verdict for the most heinous of crimes. Perpetrators need only to scream out, "I was abused," and there is an expectation of forgiveness. Child abuse is such a volatile subject that a large section of the public need only to hear the words to become passionate advocates of acquittal. No proof necessary. Okay. Now, another italicized, this isn't a quote, but it's just an italicized section in the second article, which we covered yesterday. Dominick Dunne dropped in little italicized paragraphs of sort of LA gossip and flavor that was happening around the time of the trial. This, obviously, the trial had concluded, and he's sort of, dumping out all of his thoughts. So let's see what this says. At a White House state dinner, according to Newsday on November 26, President Clinton confessed to some dinner companions that he sneaks away from the Oval Office in the afternoon for a dose of the Menendez trial on Court TV. Oh, there's a typo in the article. At the Court TV office in the media center outside the Van Nuys courthouse one day, a call came from someone in Mayor Richard Riordan's office to say they were having trouble with the audio on their set. Well, that's helpful of them. But is it a little bothersome to imagine the President of the United States checking out of government business to go watch some gossipy true crime nonsense on television? I mean, it's not nonsense as far as the justice system is concerned, but, if you're the President of the United States, I don't think you should be popping off for some light court TV watching. But I guess it's better than what Bill Clinton could have otherwise been doing with his free time. Oh my. Back to the article. Oh, great. I can't say this on YouTube. He R'd me. This is the word. You can read it. Sobbed Lyle Menendez on the witness stand in one of the most overwhelmingly emotional moments I have ever encountered in a courtroom. Tears ran down his cheeks. This was unexpected. This was the tough guy brother. I was devastated by his first day on the stand as he told his story, elegantly guided by his lawyer, Jill Lansing, who, like a docent in a museum explaining the intricacies of a complex painting, led him through the agony she depicted his life to be. Lansing made Lyle into a sympathetic, even likable young man, hiding the part of him that would not surface until the surprise admissibility of what became known as the December 11 tape, on which, he cold-bloodedly described to psychologist Dr. L. Jerome Oziel the vicious slaying of his mother as a mercy killing. Everyone had expected that it would be never stop crying kid brother Erik who would grip the courtroom, but it was Lyle who soared. He was brilliant. Oh, movie of the week. Yes, that's what I had in mind. Okay. Sorry, I lost. Oh, okay, Lyle. Lyle who soared. He was brilliant. I believed him. I had tears in my eyes and a lump in my throat. I thought, my God, I'm wrong. This really did happen. Okay, so what changed your mind, Dominick Dunne? Lyle has all the instincts of a great neurotic actor. Oh, that's a word no one uses anymore. Neurotic. On the order of Marilyn Monroe, Montgomery Clift, or Judy Garland, the kind of stars studios hated because they held up production, but who will go down in cinema history as the magic ones. Well, let's see. Yes, Marilyn Monroe had issues. She had a very terrible upbringing, and people treated her pretty poorly her whole life. Judy Garland was raised as a child and was put on substances to keep her professionally performing, so she had issues that weren't entirely weren't her own creation at all. And Montgomery Clift, he was troubled. Look him up. I don't know how many people remember Montgomery Clift anymore, but he was a very popular, attractive actor back in, I want to say, the 50s. I know he co-starred with Elizabeth Taylor, for example, and had a tragic end to his life, but we're not going to go into that now. But calling them neurotic is it's sort of insulting people who have issues they had a hard time dealing with. It's maybe not the nicest and very outdated. Even then, it was somewhat outdated of a term. Definitely deserving of a bit more compassion than the term neurotic would kind of, label them as. Okay, back to the article. Like them, Lyle Menendez knew instinctively how to take his moment and turn it into theater. There were rumors, never verified, probably apocryphal, of an acting coach who visited him and his brother in jail, masquerading as a therapist. No, that's completely believable. This much I know for sure. He was aware of the brilliance of his performance. He told people on the phone that he knew he was a more compelling witness than Erik, that he could see how he moved Erik's jury when he was on the stand, and knew exactly which members cried. His observation squared with what we in the media had noticed at the time. He created a model for future defense witnesses to emulate. Within months, Lorena Bobbitt, another court TV star, gave a similar tearful witness stand account of the abuse that led her to cut off her husband's manhood. Subsequently, she was acquitted of the mutilation charge when her jury ruled that she was temporarily insane. And it's funny, there was a, not funny, haha, but there was a documentary made in the past, I want to say 5 years maybe, about the Bobbitt case that interviewed Lorena and John Wayne Bobbitt and talked about their situation. And I don't. It's interesting. It's an interesting follow up. It's not a case that I'm ever going to talk about on this channel, but if anyone remembers it from back then or doesn't remember it at all, I would look up that documentary because it interviewed them now and it reviewed what was going on at the time. And I didn't super follow that case at the time, but it was such a massive tabloid thing that you could not avoid it. And I actually, much like going over the Menendez articles, I learned a lot that I did not know then by watching that documentary that was made more recently. Movie of the Week in the chat says, all those people had serious problems and weren't the romantic figures Dunne suggests. Yeah, you mean Monroe and Garland and Clift. Yeah, they did. To just say, hey, they were great performers, but they were, nuts but good at what they did, so let's put up with them being, pains in the butts. They weren't pains. I mean, they were, but inadvertently, not entirely their fault. I honestly don't know how people like Monroe and Garland, having read about their lives, how they possibly could have gotten themselves straightened out because of how deeply, not just the problems they started off with, but how deeply enmeshed they were in a culture that was never going to be healthy for them at all. And I guess I know less about Montgomery Clift, but I would say probably ditto for him too. And Movie of the Week says, that was the same summer as Amy Fisher, wasn't it? Amy Fisher and the Buttafuoco's, I don't remember what years these were, but this was the era of hard copy and Inside Edition and A Current Affair. Tabloid TV was really, I guess, at its peak. And yeah, the Menendezes were part of that. The preppy thing. The preppy care with Robert Chambers and Jennifer Levin. This was all at that time, and all those channel and Court TV. That's how Court TV got really, really hot. 24-hour-a-day cable TV. These trials were on. People didn't have the ability to watch trials before, and no one would just go down to their local courthouse and watch a regular, burglary charge being tried in a regular courtroom. But all of a sudden you get this media hype and you put it on television, and then the judge becomes a star, the prosecutors, the defense attorneys, the minor characters. As we mentioned, I think was it last stream we were talking about Kato Kalin from the OJ case. And oh gosh, from the OJ case, do you remember the dancing Itos from, I think it was Jay Leno's Tonight Show? I mean, the judge in a double homicide case becomes like this pop culture jokey meme when he didn't actually do anything jokey. It's just, I don't know. We live in a very silly society. So yeah. Okay. Back to the article, and we have another quote. Oh, and look, Letterman, a late night talk show host. Well, former. Movie of the Week. Oh God. Yeah. The dancing Itos. Yes. I can't bring that up. I can't play a clip. There's our discount Tom Cruise. Dancing Itos. Here. Look at this. They did this on late night television. If you don't remember, weren't around. Oh gosh, and that's what, a fake Marcia Clark, meaning the prosecutor, and multiple fake judges. And they were doing dance routines. 1995. Okay. Look at that. Flamenco dancing Judge Itos. We live in a nonsense society. We really do. And it's only gotten more ridiculous since then. Okay, enough of that. I'm back to the article. Oh, it's a bad joke. Oh, no, this is terrible. Okay. Jury deliberation in the trial of Lyle and Erik Menendez is now in its 14th day. After that, all that's left is the verdict and the big rap party at Spago. David Letterman. That wasn't a good joke. There's an even worse joke that's coming up in here, and it's tasteless. I will give a warning. It's a tasteless joke that will be coming. That's just a lame joke. Okay. A second magnificent and theatrical moment for Lyle was his confession that he had M'd Erik when they were 8 and 6 years old. Whoa. He looked down from the stand at his brother, sitting at the defense table, and whispered, "I'm sorry, Erik." Erik's tortured face and tearful eyes responded to his brother's apology. There was scarcely a dry eye in the courtroom. I didn't think then, as I thought later, watching the same moment on television several times, how false, how bogus, how planned and rehearsed it actually was. Were we really to believe that in the 17 years since it happened, if it happened, they had never talked about it until they were in the courtroom, playing to the juries? These were brothers who had lived together, played tennis together, burgled together, killed their parents together, been in jail together for 3.5 years. As a stunt, it worked. Was it real? Not to me. Is it actually even M? Oh no! Dominick Dunne, don't say this! Oh no! Okay, I am disavowing this statement on behalf of Dominick Dunne. Is it actually even M? Or merely experimentation when two little brothers go off into the woods together? If they go off to build a tree fort, then that's experimentation. Otherwise, yes, it can be the M word, and if a child is being taught that inappropriately by an adult, it is definitely the kind of thing that they act out on. So it could have happened. It could have happened, and it could also have been leveraged in the courtroom for sympathy from the jury and the public and the media, etc. Both can be true. And I think I'm getting to the point where I'm thinking maybe both are true. I've been reserving judgment because I did not follow the case originally. I obviously seen parts of the trial. It was unavoidable at the time, but I didn't follow it. And I didn't, other than, I skimmed these articles at the time. I didn't memorize them. And I haven't been following too closely the recent stuff. I think I'm settling on why not both. I think that's where I'm landing. Okay. Another quote. Oh, I don't even want to read this. Okay, I don't think I can read it. I'm going to highlight it and leave it up there for a minute. But the quote basically says that if the allegations that the brothers made against the father were true, or it's sort of, I guess it's referring to this. It's not referring specifically to them, but that there would have been physical evidence of abuse. It has to do with that. If you can't get your eyes on the screen, I'm just trying to help. Okay, continuing with the article. Let's get down to brass tacks about Jose Menendez R-ing his 6-year-old son. Oh my goodness, I can't believe they wrote this. I know this was 30 years ago, but oh, come on now. Okay. These are the words. I have to talk around this because it's Dominick Dunne using very odd language to say that, again, it would be very difficult for a grown man such as Jose Menendez to do what his son had accused him of doing when the son was a very small child without causing massive damage, trauma. You get the picture. Not picture, you get the idea. Okay, back to the text. Surely, if it happened, the pain must have been unbearable, not just for the time span of the itself, but for days and possibly weeks after. There must have been devastation to that area. Other than to say it hurt and he bled, Lyle did not give any accounting of post-incident physical trauma. His attitude was more that of a straight guy being an unwilling participant in an unpleasant gay act than that of an R victim. No medical records were ever produced. Okay? And this is the incredibly tasteless joke that he drops in the middle of this. Why did the Menendez brothers kill their parents? Why? They didn't like the way they were being reared. Joke told at a Beverly Hills dinner party. All right. Continuing. A word I cannot say that starts with the letter I and is very close to the word for bug, the word for bug being insect. This is a word that's sort of like that, but isn't that, and means something completely different. Yes, movie of the week in the chat says, Jesus Dominick Dunne, WTF. Oh, yeah. Okay, another thing that I've noticed, movie of the week says, I don't remember his articles being like this. No, Dominick Dunne tended to advocate on the side of victims, but this is the question here. In the case of the Menendez brothers, the parents were the literal victims of the crime of, being unalived, but the brothers are the alleged victims of extreme abuse. Now, I think it's probably I have absolutely no problem believing that the dad was a massive, beyond jerk, mega jerk. I'm trying to keep my language clean. He was an AH. And from the articles that we read, it seems pretty obvious he was he was unfairly critical, harsh on the sons, and yet at the same time spoiled them terribly. It's a really bad combination, and considering that I'm very familiar with many families, and the combination of giving them a lot of material goods and not a lot of responsibility, but expectation that you would be the kind of person who could handle responsibility. It's like that kind of Kennedy thing, like much is expected of, to whom much is given, much is expected. However, they're not taught Jose Menendez came up as a Cuban immigrant. He had nothing. He had to work hard and acquire skills before he could acquire, his money and his power being a movie executive. The sons were already there. They're already there. Private schools, swimming pool, tennis court, car, all the money was paid for them, or everything was paid for them. They never had to learn to work for anything except one thing, their father's approval, which they were never going to get. Never. And that was Jose's fault. So what ends up happening to people who are raised this way? Well, I'm very familiar with what happens, and they don't all do this, but they all generally turn out to have massive issues. And that's a lot of what we're going to be covering in future streams. But let's get back to this really kind of shocking. Oh, and that's what I wanted to say, movie of the week. Do you notice that the language of this article has changed? Not just that he's going in really, really hard against the brothers and attacking the defense, the abuse defense, but he's not calling them the boys anymore. In the second article, it was especially noticeable that he kept referring to the brothers as the boys, even though they were both in their 20s, I believe, at the time of the trial. I mean, early 20s, definitely, but they were in their 20s, over the age of 21, legal adults. Kept calling them the term that Leslie Abramson had branded them as. Erik's defense attorney, Leslie Abramson, kept saying, the boys, and trying to make them seem much more, childlike, immature, and innocent. I mean innocent not in the legal sense, but yes, of course, she wanted it to translate into the legal sense of getting not guilty verdicts. Excuse me. But she kept calling them the boys. And in that second article, Dominick Dunne said over and over and over again, the boys. Now, as a writer, Dominick Dunne was not just a columnist for Vanity Fair, he was also a novelist and a screenwriter. As a writer, you do not want to use the same basic term over and over and over and over again unless you mean it. Unless there's a reason. Or it's just bad writing because you want to vary it up. The boys. You want to hear the brothers, the young men, anything. Lyle and Erik, Erik and Lyle. You want to vary it up. The boys. But in this article, 6 months, 5 months, I guess it's 6 months later, the brothers. Movie of the week, you noticed. Well, there you go. So he's turned. And I wonder why. It's kind of interesting. Okay, so the I word as a defense is in the air. The once unmentionable subject is on every tongue. Celebrity after celebrity, including Roseanne Arnold. Oh, when she was still Roseanne Arnold. Roseanne Barr. Oprah Winfrey. And former Miss America Marilyn Vanderburgh has gone public with his or her story. Yeah, the Miss America lady was on the cover of People magazine. I remember that back at that time. She came out and said, hey, it happened to me. And this was a process. It may be, if one is young and wasn't alive at the time or old enough to remember, this was, yes, a process of the culture kind of being able to accept that this is a thing that happens, that, victims can survive and talk about it and say, hey, this happened to me. And you don't have to be ashamed. You don't have to feel alone. You don't have to suffer in silence. And yes, it causes problems. And they explained what they went through and what the problems they had dealing with it afterward. Now we have much more open discussions about this. It may be hard to imagine if you weren't around at the time that 30 years ago, this, it wasn't a trendy thing. It was, maybe I'm sure people jump on trends and either make things up or exaggerate their own personal lives to, celebrities especially. But, and yeah, when Roseanne came out, I remember people doubted her and they said, oh no, she's just making this up to try to make herself, I guess, seem more interesting and cover for her own personal, oh, Roseanne, I'm not a jerk. I was abused as a child. Well, again, why not both? It could be both. I'm not calling Roseanne a jerk. I'm just saying some people think so. Okay, so yes, there were people coming out with their stories of abuse. People who in the beginning had said fry them about the Menendez brothers began saying acquit them after the defense presented its bold and daring strategy. However, even victims are at odds with one another over the veracity of the brothers' story. Some who contacted me remained fervent in their belief that the story was fabricated. Others believed every word and were unswervable. An survivor with whom I kept in touch during much of the trial doubted the truth of the M charge from the start. For this person who has undergone years of therapy and has worked with other survivors, the 3-hour trip to San Diego to buy the shotguns was the false note. If it had been a kitchen knife, or a gun already in the house, or any household instrument such as an axe or a pipe that might have been at hand, she would have believed the story. The advanced planning and the use of a former friend's ID to cover up also rang false to this person. The defense in this case is destroying a new area of the law, she said. They are twisting it and contorting it to justify this crime that their clients have committed. This case causes many questions and concerns to be raised by some of us in the survivor community. Even though a significant number of children are told that they will be killed if they tell on their perpetrators, they simply choose not to murder them. Yes, well, very true. I would say that those children might not be in a position where they feel as though they have the power to act that way against their perpetrators. The perpetration alone being possibly the cause of that, mentality. I'm coming back to it could be both. They could have been abused, maybe not as much as they claimed, or maybe, but they also could have been cold-blooded, premeditated murderers who murdered because they wanted the money and because they weren't too fond of their parents because of the abuse. It could be both. I'm leaning toward both. What do you think? Movie of the week? What do you think? If anyone else is out there, you're the only one in the chat, but what are people thinking? Do you think they were guilty? Do you think they were semi-guilty? Do you think they were completely not guilty because of the alleged abuse? Do you buy the alleged abuse? Any of it? Some of it? Where are you at with this? Here, let me know. A little coughing break. Okay, let's get back to the article. Here's another quote. All trials are mini dramas. Not only is it important what the actors say and how they say it, but how they look. Very true. A quote from Paul, I guess that's Mones, When a Child Kills. Movie of the week says in the chat, well, you don't generally go that psycho out of nowhere. Yes, but could they have been... It's certainly possible that they could have had mediocre, very average childhoods and just, gotten a wild hair somewhere that they decided we want the money. I mean, you don't have to be horribly abused. You can be, averagely abused, right? You could just have jerk parents who were massive jerks to you, and then you become a jerk because you were raised by jerks, and if your parents are greedy jerks, then you can be a greedy jerk, and maybe you decide to do them one better, and you decide to, take them out. Movie of the week says, I suspect they were severely abused, and they decided their parents were better off for them, dead. Okay, sure, severely abused, but do you buy the SA, the I, the R type stuff? Are you buying the worst of the abuse allegations? I think it's possible, but I don't know. And I would think that you could maybe prove it. Maybe with medical, a physical medical examination might reveal something, but movie of the week, question marks, don't know. I know, no one really knows. But the one thing that legally you definitely know is they confessed, and therefore they would be guilty. So that is not in question. And that's what's weird about trying to get them released. They did admit to it. There isn't a doubt that they've admitted to it. They confessed. The crime is not in question. It's whether it's justifiable. And I don't think there is a real legal excuse that if you are not in immediate peril, that you can call it self-defense, even though with, say, the battered woman syndrome has been a thing where it can be a cumulative thing. But can it be cumulative and premeditated? Going off, on a little bit of a tangent, but if you recall, I want to say this was late 80s or early 90s, there was a Farrah Fawcett TV movie called The Burning Bed. And this was huge at the time. And I think it was based on a true story of a woman who said she had been abused by her husband and she couldn't take it anymore. So she waited until he was asleep and it was called The Burning Bed. So you understand what she did. She set fire to the bed while he was asleep. And the idea was that this premeditated killing, which it was premeditated, had to be obviously, was done because there was no other way. She couldn't escape him any other way. She was too afraid of him. Why she couldn't call the police, I don't know, because, this was a long time ago, and that was a movie, it was fictional. I don't remember what the actual terms of the case were, and I don't remember what happened. I feel like maybe the woman didn't get sent to if there was an actual woman, which I'm pretty sure there was, I don't think she got sent to jail forever and ever and ever. And this was what, that was, I believe, before the Menendez brothers situation. So the idea of, can you premeditate a murder and then get away with it if you say, oh, well, I was so messed up in the head, I was so scared, like, does that bear out? Because it is a good excuse for just wanting to, like, all right, I don't want to deal with this person anymore. I'm going to take them out. And they may be a bad person, but are you kind of morally, legally obligated to try to find another way if it is an imminent peril, like imminent danger to yourself or, like your child or what have you? Legally, it's usually that, you're not allowed to call it self-defense if you have an out, if you can leave, if you can call the police, if you can, you'll get in trouble. But I don't know. Our justice system is so idiosyncratic depending on what court you have, what judge you have, what jury you have. That's why the laws are so nutty and we have so many decisions, and then everybody goes in and appeals and they have more, let's appeal this, let's have another case, it's crazy. Okay. So back to the article. I've heard straight from the mouth of a Menendez relative with whom I met clandestinely during the trial that the brothers' account of the M was false. Ooh, I wonder who this relative was, because a bunch of the relatives have come out recently and they're supporting the release of the brothers. I don't know if any members of the family have come out against it. I haven't heard that. Okay. Claimed that the account of the M was false, gleaned from books they read in jail, beginning with Paul Moness's When a Child Kills, Abused Children Who Kill Their Parents, a study of true cases and how they were defended in court. Pamela Bozanich, the cool, no-nonsense prosecutor, made the point during the trial that much of the defense strategy was suggested by Moness's book. In one of the incidents related in the book, which dealt with SA as the basis of parricide, meaning killing your parents, there was a mention of Vaseline in the incident. There was mention of activity used to punish the child. There was talk about the defense attorney's need to collect all photos, diaries, letters, and everything in order to substantiate the abuse. There was indication that the defendant, in this case, was scared that he was homosexual. There's information on page 66 that the father's S activity was getting rougher, that the S activity included being poked with pens and pencils, that the particular person was dressed up in sweaters in order to make him look younger for purpose of testifying. Oh, look at that. Just like the brothers did when wearing their pastel sweaters. In court, Leslie Abramson said about the Moness book, "I'm familiar with the existence of that book. Surprisingly enough, I've never read it." Well, you don't have to read it if your assistants do. You don't have to read it if the brothers do. You don't have to read a book if you can get someone else to read it for you and tell you about it. Think about it. CliffsNotes made a fortune off of doing just that. Okay, I can believe that, though. I can believe that. I can believe that they made it up and they got it from books. All right. The above-mentioned Menendez relative was shocked to hear from Lyle during a jailhouse visit shortly before the beginning of the trial that the defense was going to be child abuse and M, and expressed to him total disbelief that the M had ever happened. Well, I mean, that could happen even if it did happen. A relative isn't necessarily going to know. The person told me Lyle looked away and said, in a voice remarkably like his father's, "Well, that's the way it's going to be." Okay. All right, another italicized section. Bree Walker Lampley. Oh, I remember her. News anchor. "You have to believe the person you are defending is telling the truth." Leslie Abramson. "No, you don't. You don't have to believe that at all. You want to know whether they are or not." Television interview, KCBS, January 4, 1994. I agree. I agree with Leslie. You don't have to believe in them to be a good defense attorney. As long as you have no real conscience and you would want to win at all costs and you didn't really care about whether justice should be served, then yes. But no, you don't have to believe that. Actually, it's better if you don't believe falsely in the innocence or guilt of the person you're defending so that you know how to handle the situation, right? I think I would defend someone better if I knew exactly what was going on. Okay, back to the article. To disagree with Leslie Abramson is a serious matter. You take her version of events as dogma or else. Woe to him who dared to express that he did not find her killers as adorable as she did, or their killings as forgivable as she thought them to be. Anyone who differed with her was subject to her wrath, mockery, or vituperation. She publicly referred to one of my colleagues in the media as despicable. She referred to another as that piece of garbage reporter. I, too, experienced her rancor after writing of my disbelief in the defense strategy of SM and imminent danger in the October issue of this magazine. And that was the article that we read on yesterday's stream. That article signaled the end of any communication between us. Her first snub of me in the corridor of the courthouse was of the elaborate variety, with flaring nostrils and frizzy blonde curls bouncing angrily, a snub meant to be noticed by bystanders after a "good morning" by me went unanswered. Thereafter, all civil relations ceased. I had become the enemy. Okay, so now we know why he's gone against her branding. And is this also why he's going so hard against her defense? Ooh, somebody got his backside a little chapped by the snub, I would think. And a public snub in LA. That is unforgivable. Ugh. Little did Leslie know what she did when she cut Dominick Dunne, as he is catty as all get out. And he has the power of Vanity Fair. He'll call your hair frizzy, and he'll call your furniture second rate, if you remember the first article that we read. He called the Menendez family's furniture second rate. It seemed unnecessarily cruel to dead people, but whatever. Back to the article. Why are you having lunch with that? I can't say, I don't think I can say that word. Yeah. That. Kind of like jerk, but more so. She asked my friend, Caroline Graham of The New Yorker, who came to have lunch with me one day in the cafeteria of the courthouse in Van Nuys. Several references to me by her appeared in the court transcript. Some of it was funny. Once in the courtroom, she called me a brain surgeon after Now, the Tom Brokaw, Katie Couric show, had billboarded an appearance by me as taking the viewer inside the minds of the Menendez brothers. Movie of the week says that jerk. Yes, it was not jerk. It was a word starting with P. But I don't know that I can say that, trying to keep it clean. A word for manhood that starts with P, but doesn't end in an S. You could probably guess. She called attention to the show by asking the judge to exhort the jurors not to watch it. Well, the judge is supposed to tell the jurors not to watch any coverage of the trial. When Erik Menendez was on the stand, Abramson put up on the bulletin board a photograph of Jose Menendez holding both his sons at approximately 4 and 6, which had appeared in my last article in Vanity Fair. She asked Erik if he was aware of the photograph. He replied that he was. She asked him where his father's hand was placed. Erik replied that his father's hand was placed on Lyle's, area. She said, "Did the writer ever comment on where your father's hand was?" Erik replied, "No. For me, it remained a long stretch to think that Jose Menendez was deliberately touching his son's area in that posed photo." It is kind of hard to believe, but did you ever see that video of Aquaman at that premiere with his kid? Ugh. That was a little creepy. And I don't know what was going on there, but parents got to watch their hands. Jeez. Have you seen that video movie of the week? I know you're there in the chat. Okay, back to the article. Later, her attacks took on a more personal tone. The good thing about bad things being said about you is that they are repeated back within minutes. She said about me to one of the more influential reporters covering the case for a daily newspaper, "He is filled with hate since his daughter's murder." It is true that I lost a child to murder 12 years ago. And for anyone who wasn't aware, the actress Dominick Dunne, who was in the original Poltergeist movie, she was the older daughter of the family. She was strangled to death by her, it was either boyfriend or ex-boyfriend at the time. And there was a trial, and it did not conclude in a way that was satisfying to either the Dunne family or to many people in the public. And the man who murdered his daughter is currently free, out and about and working in the public. And that's kind of a scary thought, but I guess we can be slightly relieved that he apparently has not committed any other horrible, violent crimes since then. So, silver linings, I guess? I don't know. Okay, back to the article. It is true that I have covered many trials since. A few days later, Marta Cano, an aunt of Lyle and Erik, repeated the same thing in almost exactly the same words during an interview with two other reporters who are writing a book about the case. I was told that even Lyle Menendez, on trial for parricide, had said about me in a telephone call, "He has things to work out." Movie of the Week says in the chat, "You have to wonder if the Menendez brothers remind Dunne of him." It could be. I mean, hey, look, his daughter was murdered and the trial was a travesty of justice. He may be filled with hate since his daughter's murder, but if he hated the man who killed his daughter, I think it would be understandable. And yeah, he had some things to work out. I mean, Dunne had his own issues and he spoke about them in his memoirs. So some of which he dealt with and others maybe, I don't know if he ever came to any peace with them. But back to the article. Let's see. Abramson described me to still another reporter during an interview as a vampire who haunts courtrooms. Oh boy, isn't that the Spider-Man pointing at the Spider-Man? The implication was that my personal tragedy disqualified me from reporting on the issue of murder, which is rather like saying that James Brady, who was gunned down by a would-be assassin's bullet, has no right to be an advocate for gun control. Okay. Anyone who doesn't remember, James Brady was shot and injured. I think he was paralyzed, or did he have brain damage? I can't remember. When Ronald Reagan, who was president at the time, was shot at by John Hinckley, Brady was also hit. And Brady, or was he killed? I thought he was, he was gunned down, but he was injured, and I think he had some kind of permanent thing. I can't remember if it was paralyzed or what, but Movie of the Week in the chat, you might remember. I think you will remember that incident happening. Okay, back to the article, and we have another quote in italics. Lyle Menendez's testimony changed my life, and I do have a life. I believe in them, and I wanted to stand alongside them. Do you have the same feeling I do? I just want to take my boys home and tell them they'll never have to be harmed again. Ugh. Your boys? Gross. Two pro-Menendez ladies in the courthouse corridor. That's creepy and gross and weird. Is that like the equivalent of owning too many cats? It's like a type of person who wants to adopt like people on trial. It's like that, you have love, maybe a maternal instinct, and it doesn't have anywhere to have, you don't have a healthy expression for that love and sympathy and compassion. You don't remember? Oh, okay. Thanks anyway, movie of the week. Because that's a thing. People who get obsessed with people on trial. It seems to be largely a ladies being into men on trial thing, but I don't know. Okay, back to the article. A long trial became a life in itself. Private dramas and comedies occurred that were not written about in the Los Angeles Times or talked about on court TV. As the trial grew more intense, polarization of the occupants of the courtroom became evident. We in the media never spoke to the jurors, and the jurors never spoke to us. Yeah, you're not supposed to. That's improper. You could mess up the trial if you do. Nor did the two juries speak to each other. Again, they probably were not supposed to. But they all knew who we were, just as we all knew who they were. We called one Ethel because she looked like Ethel Kennedy. Well, that's interesting considering Ethel Kennedy just died. And as a matter of fact, I've been preparing an Ethel Kennedy in memoriam stream, but I have been waiting for an appropriate time. It didn't feel right to do it right after she had died, and the family were still doing their funeral and memorial ceremonies. But that's in the works for the near future. We called one Willie because he looked like Willie Nelson. 3 young women who were always together became known as Leslie's girls. We watched which ones cried. We watched which ones rolled their eyes. It was not necessarily the issue of abuse that polarized the jury, as Abramson claimed after the mistrial. It seemed to be gender. She understood her audience. She appeared to know exactly which members of the jury were sympathetic to her, and she played to them. Pro-defense court watchers, who tended to be young, remained aloof from pro-prosecution court watchers, who tended to be older. We in the assigned media seats were also polarized, although we generally remained on good terms. I was pro-prosecution all the way, and made no bones about it. Well, okay. Robert Rand, who is, well, that sounds biased. I mean, be nothing, right? You're a reporter. Robert Rand, who was writing a book about the case, was pro-defense all the way and made no bones about it. The writers for the daily papers had to straddle the fence in their reporting, but their personal opinions became known, of course. Again, gender was a factor. So is he saying that the females were more likely to believe that they were victims and that they should be given a pass, and the men were less likely to hold them accountable? Movie of the Week says, yes, that does seem biased. It also seems that the bias is young people were more likely to believe in the brothers than older people. And I wonder, is the youth part of it have to do with young people being more relatable to other young people against, big, bad, tyrannical parents? Or is it that young people are more maybe naive, maybe compassion in that, what is that line about if you're not a liberal when you're young and if you're not a conservative when you're older? I can't remember what the line of that is, and I'm not trying to bring politics or anything into this. I'm just talking about a more, I don't mean in a political sense, I mean in a just general attitude of things. Maybe those are bad terms to use, but that's the term in the quote. So yeah, I wonder why would an older woman skew more pro-prosecution? Would a younger man skew more pro-defense? I wonder. And I wonder how it breaks down now amongst people who support or don't support, because I'm thinking of one very prominent well, actually, I mean, why not mention this? It's another YouTube streamer, Roberta Glass, who does a true crime podcast, is very, very anti-releasing the brothers. She is not buying their excuses. And she is a woman, but she is not a young woman. I mean, I'm not being insulting by saying that. I'm not young either, so there. Movie of the week. This is the quote. If you're not a liberal at 20, you have no heart. If you're not a conservative at 30, you have no brain. Wow, 30. Well, 60 is the new 30 movie of the week, if you haven't heard. So I don't know what is the new 20. Maybe it's 50. But yes, I've heard that quote too. And while there is truth in it and also, not truth in it, I do wonder if something along those lines plays into this. But as for the male-female thing, do you really think that the ladies were just like, ooh, the boys are cute? Do you think that was what it was? Or these women who feel maternal toward them? Do you think it was just the pastel sweaters and the tears? What was it? I don't know. I approached this more logically. I didn't think that they were, I'm not more likely to think that they are more or less, guilty or innocent. I mean, they did it, but you know what I mean. Movie of the week, maybe it was 40. It could be 40. But okay, back to the article. Often the corridors of the courthouse were filled with young admirers of the Menendez brothers. On more than one occasion, I heard them say with indignation, they should walk. About that, they were right. They should have walked out of the house at 722 North Elm Drive in Beverly Hills. They should have gotten into the red Alfa Romeo convertible Jose Menendez had recently given Lyle for his birthday, the car Lyle didn't like, the car he called a piece of S because he had wanted a $70,000 Porsche. They should have driven and driven and driven as far as possible from their lifetime of terror, their lifetime of threats, as the defense characterized their lives, and started over. It was a viable alternative to the violent choice they made. One of the overriding questions about the case from the beginning was why these young men did not simply leave home or go to the police and report the perverted father they described in such detail to the court. However much the defense referred to them as children, kids, and boys, they were not. Children, kids, and boys who are abused have no choice but to remain in a life of misery. The Menendez brothers were old enough and strong enough to purchase 12-gauge shotguns and fire some 16 rounds into their parents, which no child would ever be able to do. In their wonderfully scripted scenario, the Menendez brothers had an answer for all these problematic questions. Why hadn't they run away? Lyle said that they had thought of it, but that they would find us, and they could find us wherever we went. Why hadn't they gone to the police to report the M? My dad was a very powerful, influential, well-known person in Beverly Hills, said Lyle, and for that reason, they had not believed the Beverly Hills police would protect them. Well, that's possible. Detective Les Zeller of the Beverly Hills Police Department, who has been on the case from the night of the murders, who was responsible for the arrest of the two brothers 7 months later, and who sat alongside Pamela Bozanich and Lester Kuriyama at the prosecution table throughout the trial, smiled and shook his head when I questioned him about that response. Just how rich and famous was Jose Menendez that he could locate his sons anywhere and intimidate the police, as Lyle suggested? This is another of the greatly exaggerated tales of the trial. The defense's depiction of Jose's importance in the film industry and the Beverly Hills community exceeds the reality of the man's situation. Despite all of Jose's family's awestruck talk of his wealth and great success, he was never considered one of the power figures to be reckoned with in what is known in Hollywood as the industry. Outside of live entertainment, the video distribution company that was a subsidiary of Carolco Pictures, his name was virtually unknown. although his $500,000 a year salary plus $850,000 bonus sounds high in most places. And recall that this was, the murders took place in 1990? So this is 1990, like late 80s, early 90s money. It sounds like absolutely nothing for someone who's an entertainment executive today, but then it was more money, but still not big money in Hollywood, obviously. One of the most successful men in the television industry, whose fortune has been estimated in the $100 million range, said to me about Jose's much publicized wealth, "14 million? That's nothing." Indeed. He had reached the high middle, but never the top of the ladder. I would disagree with high middle, but okay. Middle, maybe? Maybe. In the accepted fashion of people at his level, he was heavily mortgaged and lived beyond his means. Hey, a lot of people at the tippy top live like that too. It's surprising. You'd be surprised. Everyone agreed that great things awaited him in his future, but in reality, Jose was famous more for the circumstances of his death than for any of his achievements in life. So heavily was public opinion orchestrated to the bad side of Jose Menendez that I did not know until after my last article appeared in this magazine that the executive staff of his company, with a few exceptions, such as Roger Smith, the acting president after his death, who eulogized him at the first memorial service, and then took the stand for the defense to say how detestable he was, loved him and respected him greatly. His death was devastating to the office, said Marzi Eisenberg, his secretary for 8 years. We adored him. We mourned him. He taught me everything, said Vicki Greenleaf, his vice president of public relations. I am outraged by his portrayal, said Patty Matlin, his director of post-production. Oh, and these are the articles that we've been covering. This was Stream 1, Nightmare on Elm Street, from October 1990, and yesterday's stream was the second article, the Menendez murder trial, from October 1993, and then we will be covering these two articles from 1994 and it says 1966, that's inaccurate, 1996 on future streams, but not today because this article is already pretty long. Okay. During her marathon 12-hour closing argument, 12 hours for a closing argument? I didn't even think that would be allowed. Usually I thought they would have to agree. I was pretty sure that the judge has to approve how much time. I could swear I've seen this in court, in trials that I've seen on television, that they approve how much time each side has for their opening and closing arguments. I can't imagine allowing 12 hours. Is that a record? My word. During her marathon, I would like to hear some of those LawTube streamers. I'd like to hear their opinion of having to cover a trial with a 12-hour closing argument from one side. My word. Leslie Abramson hissed out a list of words that her defense witnesses had used to describe Jose Menendez. Strict, sarcastic, belittling, ridiculing, humiliating, successful, reserved, private, image conscious, intimidating, cruel, controlling, intelligent, angry, strong-willed, competitive, arrogant, intense, demanding, stern, obnoxious, abusive, unfair, confrontational, attractive, belligerent, rude, nasty, frightening, charismatic, articulate, dominating, dictatorial, sadistic, unrealistic, harshly critical, emotionally harsh. Although many of the same words might be used to give an accurate description of Abramson, it is interesting to point out that not one of the defense witnesses, even those who hated him, described Jose Menendez as the pervert father his sons said he was. Right, but how would they know? Movie of the week in the chat says, I don't know how a jury could pay attention to that. It must have been in multiple sessions, right? I'm not sure. They must have had to taken at least a comfort break, as they call it nowadays, a potty break, a stretch, get some water. I don't know. I imagine that if I were a juror, I would be contemplating faking passing out just to be able to get a break and get out of the courtroom. Sitting in a chair for 12 hours listening to this woman go on must have been, listening to anyone go on must have been like torture. And maybe that's why they voted against her. Like 12 hours, lady, please. No. Okay, back to the text. We have another italicized quote. I know that you sometimes worry about your future. I have total trust in both you and Erik and have no concerns about your future and your future role in your country. I urge you, as you go through life and enjoy the fruits of your work and the good fortune of your heritage, to think of your family, your country, and your fellow citizens. I believe that both you and Erik can make a difference. I believe that you will. Letter from Jose Menendez to Lyle, which Lyle read at his parents' memorial service. The only sources for the M defense were Erik and Lyle Menendez themselves. They got slight secondhand support from two cousins, but to me, neither was convincing. When the brothers confessed to Erik's psychologist, Dr. Oziel, every gory detail of how they had killed their parents, including the extremely damaging testimony that they ran out of ammunition and had to go outside to reload Lyle's gun so that he could return and fire the final shot into his dying mother's face, neither mentioned that their father SM'd them both. Subsequently, bad things came out about Oziel. Abramson, in a staggering feat of attempting to destroy a man's credibility and reputation, made mincemeat of the doctor. But at the time of Erik's confession to him, which greatly angered Lyle, Erik had no misgivings about Dr. Oziel's character. Okay, I have to stop at this point. We read 2 long articles already in Vanity Fair about this case. Dr. Oziel was prominently mentioned in the first article. He was also mentioned in the second article. I believe in the second article, Dominick Dunne himself said that Oziel was on suspension or something with his license because there had been an ethical complaint against him at the time that he was recommended to the Menendez parents for the one son. And it also came out that the shrink was carrying on affairs with his patients, which that alone could take your license away. He was married at the time he was having these affairs with his patients, so that was also not good. Oh, and his wife, who was also a therapist and shared office space with him, which is just weird. And he was prescribing pharmaceuticals to his mistresses, who were also his patients, and he is not a medical doctor. He is a psychologist, not a psychiatrist, and therefore a psychologist, a PhD, is not legally entitled to dispense or write can't write prescriptions, can't dispense medication. A psychiatrist who is an MD can. He was not, and he got in trouble for this, and he got in trouble. So the idea of saying, and he was just like, even if he wasn't doing things that were from a psychological point of view wrong, like according to like the APA and his license and whatnot, I don't mean generally psychologically wrong, like you're being mean. I mean, according to the standards of his practice. He was also doing like crazy immoral stuff. And he was telling, no, that was a license issue. He was telling his mistress what was going on with the Menendez brothers. So you're not supposed to talk about your patients with other people. It's just ridiculous. This guy was sleazy. Maybe he's a good guy now, but he was being super sleazy at the time. At one point he said, and this was from Dunne's article, He was threatened. He felt threatened. He was threatened. His life was threatened by the Menendez brothers. So he got 2 shotguns, gave one to the mistress, if I'm remembering correctly, the other to his wife, who was at the time living in the marital home that he shared with her, and their 2 daughters, and he moved the mistress into the house with the wife and the 2 kids at a time when he thought the Menendez brothers could be coming to attack him. Does that make any sense? Does that sound like you're keeping your family safe? Your mistress? Even? It doesn't sound like it to me, but that's Dr. Oziel. So Leslie Abramson did not have to make any effort to discredit Dr. Oziel. He pretty much did it on his own. He really, really did. Okay, so back to the article. All right, so they reloaded the gun. Subsequently, all right, let me just reread that line. Oh, wait, movie of the week wrote in the chat, no, doesn't sound too safe. No, as I said in the last stream, I imagine the mistress and the wife, they're both in the same house and they both have a shotgun. It sounds like a very sick reality show. But let me restart the last sentence, I think, that I read. When the brothers confessed to Erik's psychologist, Dr. Oziel, every gory detail of how they had killed their parents, including the extremely damaging testimony that they ran out of ammunition and had to go outside to reload Lyle's gun so that he could return and fire the final shot into his dying mother's face, neither mentioned that their father SM'd them both. Subsequently, I said this already. I'm sorry. I lost my place. Let me do. Yeah. Okay, Abramson, in a staggering feat of attempting to destroy a man's credibility and reputation, made mincemeat of the doctor, but at the time of Erik's confession to him, which greatly angered Lyle, Erik had no misgivings about Dr. Oziel's character. Who better to discuss your SA with than your psychologist? The defense had an answer for that too. The Menendez family kept secrets, not only from the outside world, but also from one another. And for Erik, the M was so shameful a secret that he could not bring himself to share it, even with his psychologist. Well, that could be true. I mean, that's still a thing. Just because you go to a therapist doesn't mean you want to tell them everything. You might still want to hold certain things back. Also, the reason why Erik was sent to the therapist was because of the burglary issue with he and Lyle getting caught for the burglaries, and he had to take the probation, and then the parents got the therapist and sent him to the therapist. It said in Dominick Dunne's previous article that Erik was made to sign a waiver of the confidentiality agreement that existed between himself and Dr. Oziel, so that Oziel, at, I guess, Jose and Kitty's, the parents' request, would share the contents of his therapy sessions with their son, with them, which right there obliterates any sense that you have any privacy, any confidentiality. Anything Erik said to Dr. Oziel, he could guarantee would be told to his parents. So would he confess, my parents are abusing me, or my father is abusing me, to this doctor, knowing it would go right back to the father, who, what if that happened, what would the father say? It's not true, right? Okay. And now you've got a therapist who's going to what? Argue against you on behalf of your father? Or who is he working for? Oziel is being paid by the parents. So, it really, that alone is an ethical quandary that the patient should not have been put into. Furthermore, it was stated in one or both of the previous, I think the first article, that the Oziel office, the therapy, therapist's offices that Dr. Oziel had, which he shared with his wife, who was also some kind of therapist, the walls were so thin that you could hear what was going on between the different rooms, such that Oziel, Dr. Jerry, and his wife would book their time, their patients off of one another. So when Oziel was there with his clients, his wife would not be there because you'd be able to hear everything. Now, you would think maybe find different office space. It's not really working, but, I don't know. This is what he did. So these are two reasons why, if this was all true, why Erik might not have wanted to confess this to the doctor. But anyway, back to the article. But surely, if it was the motive for committing the parricide, it could hardly have been considered untoward or disloyal to the father they had killed to bring it up, if only in the "I did it because" phase of the confession. Movie of the Week in the chat says, hell no, I wouldn't say. Well, yeah, right, of course. You can't have an open, honest discussion with your therapist if you know they're going to run off and tell someone, especially the person that you have a problem with. That's not therapy. I don't know what that is. Okay, back to the article. As his brother noted, Erik Menendez was a far less compelling witness in his own defense than Lyle. As for the shameful secret of S.A. that he could not bear to mention to Dr. Oziel, he had no trouble talking about it to the juries, the court, the television camera, and the world at large once he took the stand. Okay. Leslie Abramson claimed in an article in the Los Angeles Times before the trial started that there had been more than 300 separate acts of M, a claim that was not repeated in the courtroom. If it had been, Erik probably would have been able to describe each one. As it was, he told too much. It was overkill. What is utterly shocking on first hearing can begin to sound commonplace if it is repeated incessantly. I was not alone in wondering if he was not transferring some of his own S activity experiences onto his father. There was no detail too intimate or too personal for him to reveal. Some of his revelations actually caused jokes to be made. Caused? I think this is an incorrect assumption of cause and effect. Or understanding, rather, of cause and effect. He said, I remember this from back in the day, and I knew this was coming, and I didn't want to have to say it. He said that he had disliked the taste of his father's product. You know what I mean. The word is here. But after learning from friends at school that cinnamon in a man's coffee or tea sweetened the taste of his product, he had solved that problem. Okay, I remember this from back in the 90s, and yes, when that came out, that was the point where a lot of people called BS. That no way would you do that. No way would that be a thing. Movie of the Week in the chat says, oh, right, the cinnamon thing. See, you remember it too. Yeah, that does sound above and beyond. And yeah, sounds like nonsense. Arlene Sorkin, a Hollywood wit, writer, and actress who followed the trial avidly on court TV, remarked, the day after Erik said that, there wasn't a packet of cinnamon to be found in any supermarket in the city. Cinnamon in coffee has a very distinctive taste. Cinnamon in anything has a very distinctive taste, Dominick. It would hardly have gone unnoticed by Jose Menendez, who, if he was the cruel father Erik said he lived in fear of, would probably have exacted revenge in S punishment. Ugh. About every woman who spoke up for Jose, I was told dismissively by his detractors, whether they knew her or not. Oh, he was probably effing her. If Jose had S activity with as many women as people said he did, I don't know how there could have been a drop left over for Erik to detest the taste of. Wow. Okay. Now, again, I have to comment, the tone of this article is wildly different than the previous two articles, which were much more even-handed. I don't know if I would go so far as to say sympathetic to the Menendez brothers, but again, the second article, Dominick Dunne consistently called them the boys, the boys, the boys. He was really buying into Abramson's branding of them. This article, this one, this is vicious, this is personal, this is like low down and dirty, and it's okay to disbelieve what the brothers claimed. It's totally okay to disbelieve them. That's fine. It's understandable. But wow, like the vitriol, the attack, is this because Leslie dissed him? Is this because Abramson cut him off? Movie of the week. Yeah, and you've been here movie of the week since the beginning, and you say, yeah, this is really hostile. It's not just hostile, it's that kind of personal, like, you can attack someone because you have a problem with them, and then when you just start, like, picking on them, like, maybe his disagreements, his points, like, he might be making some decent points, but the way he is making them is so grimy and greasy that it feels like he just wants to crap all over these people. And I wonder what changed in those 6 months, because it wasn't simply he became convinced they were lying. I don't think it was just that. He also seems to just have a real issue with this. And I do wonder I wonder what's going on here. Okay, another quote. A courtroom is a place where people lie. Jimmy Breslin. Good quote. Erik told the court that, I'm sorry, what am I reading? Oh gosh, I don't remember this. Erik told the court that his mother squeezed blisters on his manhood, but he did not say how the blisters got there. Right. That's when the prosecutor comes in on cross-examination and says, wait, why did you have them there to begin with? Why did your mother know they were there? And why was she squeezing them? Okay. He said that his father forced 4 categories of S on him. They were called knees, as in, the 2 things in the middle of your legs, knees. Nice S, rough S, and S. Just plain those 3 letters of the word. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, this is the paragraph that I'm reading, and if you can see your screen, you can read it yourself. Knees stood for the kind of behavior that one might do while on, as it says, while he was kneeling in front of his father. Nice S meant, I don't know if I could say that, things with hand or mouth. Rough S meant having needles and tacks stuck into him. I would think there would be scars from that. Or having his business tied up with rope while performing mouth stuff. S alone, like the just S, what he called just S, meant backdoor stuff. Actual, going for it. Sorry, this is disgusting, but all right, we're done. If Jose did stick needles and tacks into his son's thighs and backside, didn't Erik bleed? Didn't Erik have scabs on his rear and thighs? I tried sticking a thumbtack into my backside and I bled. Why would you do that? Why would you? Don't tell me for science. We all know that if you prick your thumb with a thumbtack, you're going to bleed. You don't need to try it. I mean, Dominick Dunne, were you really that bored? I've never been that bored in my life. Are you hearing what I just said? Dominick Dunne decided for science to own a Menendez brother. He stuck a thumbtack into his backside. Really? Okay, back to the article. Here was a young boy who had played in tennis tournaments from the age of 9. He spent a great deal of his life in country club locker rooms. Didn't that endless cadre of tennis and swimming coaches, whom the defense flew in from everywhere with Kitty and Jose's money, ever notice anything strange about the boy's backside in the shower room? If the act of sticking the needles and tacks into his body even remotely approached the savagery with which Leslie Abramson depicted it in her closing argument, when she jammed tacks into a photograph of 6-year-old Erik's private area, it is likely that it would have had lasting effects. Well, that's dramatic of her. All right. Another quote. I hated it. I hated it. I hated it. Erik Menendez on the stand. Erik's defense never seemed to be able to let well enough alone to quit when they were ahead. They kept loading it on and often went too far. Some of Erik's testimony seemed almost absurd. Some? We mentioned cinnamon. He said that at times his father lit candles in his room before the dreaded M began. The I word, is usually a furtive act of darkness. Over quickly, having to do with power, rarely having anything whatever to do with love and romance, as the candlelit room would indicate, especially when the I can't read that, but that it was not something that Erik wanted, as Erik tearfully insisted it was. Movie of the week says candles. Yeah. Yeah. Just odd. Okay. Again, trying to explain that he and his brother feared that their parents were going to kill them, which motivated the sons to kill the parents. He said, I thought he was going to kill me that night, and I thought he was going to have S with me first. It was just too elaborate an explanation. One or the other would have been sufficient, but the idea of Jose suggesting one last F before I KU seemed ridiculously overdone to me. This is weird. Very weird. Throughout the trial, it was impressed on us by Leslie Abramson and by aunts and cousins who took the stand that Erik was the crybaby and weakling of the family. Marzi Eisenberg, Jose Menendez's secretary, and Craig Signorelli. Hey, it's Discount Tom Cruise. Craig Signorelli, he's like our mascot of the Menendez story. Movie of the week, our stalwart chatter has dubbed him Cheesehead. I don't know why, but this was the guy who was described as looking like Tom Cruise back in the day. I giggle at the Tom Cruise comparison. I mean, I can kind of see why they say that, but my long-standing joke is, we've got Tom Cruise at home, Tom Cruise at home. That's Craig, Erik's friend. So Craig makes an appearance again. Craig Signorelli, who had once been Erik's best friend, both said that the Erik in the courtroom bore very little resemblance to the Erik that they knew. Eisenberg remembered him affectionately as a typical teenager. Signorelli described him as fun-loving and mischievous in high school. In court, he came across as a dour, tragic victim. There was a bet in the media center as to how quickly he would break down on the stand. He did break down, but only once, and it had none of the pathos or drama of Lyle's first cry. He was on Xanax, it turned out. In a side, well, that could change your personality and demeanor if they drugged you up before you went on the stand. Oh, Movie of the Week in the chat says, he looks like cheese. He thinks Craig looks like cheese. I mean, he's pretty pink for, like, he's kind of reddish for cheese, but I don't know what cheese you're eating, buddy. In a sidebar, Abramson told Judge Weisberg that Erik was nervous and needed the tranquilizer. The Xanax rendered him emotionless, as if the very act of speaking were an enormous effort. One day he seemed to space out looking at the microphone in front of him. Oh no, he zooted. In his report on Court TV that day, Terry Moran described him as stoned. Perhaps the Xanax was a mistake. Perhaps it would have been better for him to break down on the stand, have a nervous collapse, have to be carried out of the courtroom in hysterics by the bailiffs. It would have been a front-page story. Instead, he looked strange. His eyes had a Children of the Damned look about them. There were members on both sides of Lyle and Erik's own family who refused to buy Leslie Abramson's account of S.A., but they remained hushed about their private opinions. One of them, who had been particularly close to the sons, said, "Wouldn't I have seen something? A sign in all those years? I would have seen something. Lyle can keep his mouth shut, but Erik talks. Erik would have said something. Never a word? Never?" It was in the personality of the child. Okay, another quote. Oh boy, astrology. Lyle is a Capricorn. Capricorns are so organized that they plan everything perfectly, right down to which crystal goblet the poison will go in. Erik is a Sagittarius. Sagittarians are so good-natured and plodding that they forget to wipe the mud off their boots when leaving the scene of a crime, and they can't wait to confess everything to the nearest priest. Michael Luton, astrologer. It remained... now we've really hit peak LA. I feel like we've hit peak LA with an astrologer entering the chat. It remained unclear how two brothers could commit such a barbaric crime. What really happened that night? The why of it was never discovered. Why they did what they did in the manner they did it. There has always been, there's a typo. There has always been something not right, an element missing in the story, an important element, something the brothers know that no one else knows, possibly not even the lawyers who defended them. That secret is theirs, and will probably remain theirs. Certainly the reason, whatever it is, was more than greed, as the prosecution contended, although greed was probably a factor. It was more than hate, although hate was a factor. Many doubted that it was SM, as the defense insisted, and it most certainly wasn't imminent danger, as the defense also insisted. So what was it? What could have happened? Good father or bad, Jose Menendez was not unentitled to a certain amount of vexation over the two arrogant sons he had raised. Well, wait a minute. He was described as arrogant, so was he actually disappointed in their arrogance? We learned in the last article that from yesterday's stream that Jose's motto apparently was lie, cheat, and steal, just make sure you win. So I don't think he would have been concerned about them being arrogant. It seems as though he was more concerned about them having been caught. They got caught with the burglaries, and he covered it up as best he could. Okay, back to the article. This was a father who saw his immigrant dream of building a Cuban-American dynasty evaporating as he watched the dismal failures they were becoming. Wait, at the time they were only 19 and 22, 21? I wouldn't hesitate to call someone a dismal failure at that age when they hadn't really done much of anything. I mean, even their bad things were pretty bad, but they didn't have conviction. Like, they didn't have hard, felony convictions. They still could do things. That's an exaggeration. Okay. Jose had aspirations of making his pile in the picture business and then moving to Florida to become a senator. He saw his sons as his successors. Oh, that's obvious, yeah. He had visions of a family compound a la the Kennedys, where his sons would live near him with their wives and families. I totally got the Kennedy thing from that letter that whichever Lyle or Erik read at the funeral, that whole thing about being good, upstanding citizens or whatever it was. I was thinking in my head, like, this is very JFK. And then they go and so maybe he was inspired. Maybe that was part of his, like, you know, being an immigrant, having an American dream and being inspired by the Kennedys. Movie of the Week says, yeah, that seems a bit prejudicial. You mean what he's saying about the way the father would feel about the sons? Yeah, I agree. Okay, but that was never meant to be. There were problems, serious problems with both sons. The brothers had been involved in a couple of burglaries around the town of Calabasas, where the family lived before they made what was virtually an overnight move to the Death House at 722 North Elm Drive, Beverly Hills, in the aftermath of the burglary disgrace. Although the defense and the expert witnesses brought on by the defense to explain away the killings dismissed the Calabasas burglaries as teenage hijinks or adolescent acting out, these were not inconsequential crimes. A less affluent burglar could have been doing hard crime for them, but Jose was there, as always, checkbook in hand, to straighten out the latest transgression. Only 2 burglaries were alluded to during the trial. The total amount of money and property the brothers took from the houses of their friends' parents when they were away was in excess of $100,000. They used some of the money from their first burglary to buy walkie-talkies to perfect their technique for future heists. But their lucrative criminal path was brought to an early halt when a friend reported them to the police. Yes, and in yesterday's article, in the previous stream, Dominick Dunne said that that friend who ratted on them had been part of the first burglary, that he was the one who had the combination to the safe of the house that they broke into, and then the brothers cut him out of the second burglary, and he ratted them out. No honor amongst thieves. Okay, another burglary involving only Lyle and a friend, in which Lyle burgled the new owners of the house in Princeton, New Jersey, where the Menendezes had lived before they moved to California. Oh, duh. Was not brought up in the trial. Interesting. I wonder what house they lived in Princeton. Jose Menendez, I have to look that up. Jose Menendez was devastated by his son's venality. He cried after the Calabasas issue, after I said that Erik and I were sorry, said Lyle to Dr. Oziel on the confessional tape made on December 11, 1989. Oh, okay, right. The crime occurred in 1989. The trial started in, I guess they were arrested in 90? They were arrested in 89? They were arrested in 90. I guess it was 1990? Or was it 90 in the 89? Well, it doesn't matter. And I think he cried after that Princeton issue. The Princeton issue referred not to the Princeton burglary, but to Lyle's enforced leave-taking from Princeton University, where it had been his father's life dream for him to go. Every Princeton student writes out a pledge before taking a test or exam, which says, "I pledge my honor that I have not violated the honor code during this examination." Despite Jose's impassioned pleas to Princeton, Lyle was suspended during his first semester for cheating. He was eligible for reinstatement a year later and returned. That summer, he killed his parents. But see, it doesn't make sense. He wasn't kicked out. He was suspended. They let him back in. Everything should have been fine. I mean, really, if you're the kind of people who feel like you can just pay some money and make everything go away, in reality, nothing had happened. I mean, think about it. In reality, nothing had happened. He was back at Princeton. Yes, Daddy was disappointed, but Sonny Boy is back at Princeton. As far as anybody in the outside world knows, everything's fine. My experience, my knowledge of this kind of a situation, it would be considered, not a big deal. You know what I mean? Like, everything's fine. You covered it up and you move forward. That's where I think the parents went. They might be worried, they might be concerned, but yeah, okay. Other people saw signs that Kitty and Jose did not see. In the month before the killings, one relative told me she had warned Kitty that Lyle was out of control. Out of control how? I asked. I don't know. Just in trouble all the time. Partying too much, like every night was Friday or Saturday. I was worried about him. Marcy Eisenberg had noticed too. She said, Lyle was always getting into a lot of trouble. I once said to Jose, give those kids to me for 6 months and I'll show them what the real world is all about. Eisenberg said that Jose expected great things from his sons. She said that he and Kitty gave them everything and that Jose was a pushover for them. Jose's sister, Teresita Baralt, known as Terry, said, perhaps Jose should have asked the boys if what he wanted for them was what they wanted. She said that Jose expected too much of his sons, more than they could deliver. Terry Baralt was the only Menendez family member who conveyed the sense that a tragedy had occurred, that the lives of none of the family members would ever be the same again. On the stand, unlike her many relatives who had partaken of Jose's grandiosity in life and then dumped him at the trial, Terry Baralt remained loyal to her nephews, whom she genuinely loved, without betraying her brother and sister-in-law. She refused to jump on the bandwagon to assassinate their characters. And another quote, I will do anything to keep the boys from the gas chamber, but they must go to prison. They must. Menendez relative. Oh, movie of the week. Movie of the week in the chat says, if I was named Lyle, I'd be trouble too. Would you be a crocodile? Okay, continuing with the article. That Jose Menendez was fed up with his wayward sons was no secret to some people. Carlos Baralt, Jose's lifelong friend, the husband of Jose's sister Terry, and the executor of Jose and Kitty's will, recalled for me a conversation he had with Jose in the back of a limousine in New York. Jose told him he had given his sons too much. He had not punished them enough. He had talked about taking them out of his will. It is not inconceivable that Jose was about to cut his sons off, kick them out of the house, and force them to make their own way, as he had had to do as a young immigrant. It might have been the making of them, but people who are used to a free ride on the merry-go-round are often reluctant to get off. Okay, there's another side of this, though. If you spoil your kids to death and you don't require them to be responsible, you have now created a young adult who doesn't know how to handle life. You did that. Now you go, well, go figure it all out on your own. Okay, you can do that, but that's kind of a jerk move. You created the problem. How about rather than being disappointed at the results of your little experiment, you recalibrate and try to fix the problem that you have created and put out into the world that then will become other people's problems, including the criminal justice system and the taxpayer. In this case, I think it's more your job. And the other thing, why would they want to... Oh, movie of the week in the chat says, yes, Lyle is a name only suited for crocodiles. Oh, movie of the week. I'm sure there are some lovely people named Lyle out there. And let's not... Hey, whatever. Remember Lyle Alzado? He was okay. The football player turned actor. Wasn't he the guy in Goonies? Was Lyle Alzado the guy in Goonies who played Sloth? I think so. R.I.P. He's no longer with us, if that's the person I'm thinking of. So let's not trash all the Lyles, No one asks to be given the name that their parents give them, and some of us get stuck with names we don't terribly enjoy, so oh well. Oh, and the other point that I wanted to make about this cutting off. Okay, so they make a big deal about how the brothers hired an expert, a computer expert, to go into the father's computer to wipe the files because they thought that there was a version of a will. I guess it would not have been filed, so it would not have been legal if it wasn't filed. But I suppose if there was an indication that Jose had rewritten his will to exclude the brothers, that might be permissible as evidence in the trial against them. However, they're young. Their father is not old. The idea that you're cut out of your parents' will, it's rude, it's obnoxious, and I suppose perhaps in a young person's mind, maybe it's more imminent than you would think. But I think it would be if they were going to attack their parents, I think the idea that they would be cut off from the family finances at that time, as in, you don't have access to our credit cards, which is what Dunne reported in the article from yesterday's stream. If, we're not going to pay for your car, we're not going to pay for college. If that was the case, I could see that being the impetus to take them out. But if there was talk that they would be cut out of a will, which is like, that could be decades into the future. There is plenty of time, if you're desperate for your father's approval, to try to win that approval back through deeds, right? Through your behavior. Sure, anyone could just be like, heck with it. Too much effort, too much trouble. Dad's a jerk. Let's just take them both out. But I don't, maybe the will change was the thing that spurred them on, but it would seem like maybe cutting them off in that moment. You know what I mean? Cutting the funds off then, not the threat of this kind of unimaginable future. Like when you're 19 or 22, the idea that your parent's dying, unless your parent is already elderly, I don't think you think that it's going to happen at any moment. I don't think you worry about it, but it's still a massive insult. So, and also, I almost feel like it should be illegal for people who are this wealthy, who raise their kids this irresponsibly, to then cut them completely off and say, hey, why don't you go compete with people who actually need the money in the job, for money? Like, hey, you created this problem, you pay for it, you deal with it. I don't want to deal with it. And some people actually need these jobs. Lyle and Erik, let them do tennis. Let them have that job. Movie of the week in the chat says, no, probably not. It's a distant future. Yeah, it's a distant future. Okay, back to the article. There was also another factor that may have played, oh boy, a large part in the family eruption that must have preceded the killings. Must have, but was there? What do you mean the family eruption that must have? If there was a family eruption, wouldn't someone else know? Jose's best friend was his brother-in-law. Didn't mention a family eruption? This is weird. Okay, that subject matter was, Erik Menendez's possible homosexuality. Leslie Abramson fought like a tigress to keep it out of the trial. Didn't he compare her to a tiger either earlier in this article or in yesterday's article? I've been reading these all the way through, and it's kind of blending together for me now. Tigress Leslie Abramson to keep it out of the trial, and almost did, while at the same time the defense tried to depict the homophobic Jose as being homosexually inclined. It was alleged that Jose showed a graphic film to his sons and neighbors when the brothers were very young. The purpose was to indicate his filth and vileness, to point out the low moral character of the child Emmer. But then, okay, so he showed a naughty movie to his sons, but also his neighbors. Was this in Princeton? But it was a adult movie. but this was to educate them on the issue of kids getting interfered with. But the name of the picture was not, I can't read that, Johnny something or Memories on Parade. So basically the name of the picture wasn't the name, like a silly name for an adult movie. It was called Quixote? Like Don Quixote, but instead of Quixote, it's a P. Quixote. And was a prize-winning Brazilian film about poor children in Rio who are forced into a certain kind of work that is largely illegal and is absolutely illegal for kids to survive. It had been submitted by the Brazilian Film Board to the Motion Picture Academy as the best film of the year from that country. Those rather pertinent facts were never mentioned. Okay. I don't know if that's appropriate to show to children, but okay. And also, how graphic was it? He says it's a graphic adult, movie production, but how graphic could it have been if it was submitted for an Academy Award in the 80s? When would this have been? 80s, maybe? 70s? Okay. Very weird. A jar of Vaseline in the bookcase headboard of Erik's bed. Oh, no. We know what that's for. Was very strongly hinted to be Jose's accessory for what they were alleging he had done to his sons. A more plausible explanation is that Erik used the Vaseline to run on his hands for calluses after tennis. Dominick Dunne, good Lord, man. I'm a woman, and even I know why a young man would have a jar of Vaseline by his headboard. And it doesn't involve calluses on his hands, at least not from tennis. You know what I'm talking about. A maid who had helped Kitty Menendez for several days while she moved into the Elm Drive house was brought on by the defense to say that she had discovered stacks of adult magazines of the same sex male variety in Jose's room. Only recently, a well-known Hollywood composer who visited the house constantly when it was rented by a famous rock star before the Menendez family bought it. Okay, was that Elton John? Because he said that Elton John had been in the house. Oh, he also said Prince had been in the house, right? Was it Prince and Elton John had rented or lived in the house before the Menendezes? So, okay, famous rock stars, either Elton or Prince, right? Told me that all of that material had been left behind in the closet of the master bedroom when the rock star moved out. Okay. Now, Movie of the Week says Dunne punted on that one. Do you mean by not actually naming the rock star? I think they would have done that so that they would not have been sued. Because if you said specifically like, oh, well, Elton John moved out of the house and he left a ton of, material behind. Or, hey, when Prince moved out of the house, he left a whole bunch of, adult material of the same sex variety and not ladies in the house. Now, Elton at that point was out. So claiming that a gay man had, materials of that, that's not shocking. Even back then, no one would have cared or been upset about it. But Prince, that would have wigged people way out. Now, today, maybe not so much. But back then, heads blown, right? Prince leaving behind a stack of, what? Nah, that would have been weirded. That would have weirded people out. But here's my point. You move into a new house. You find a stack of graphic material in your home, left behind, obviously, by the previous resident. Do you keep it? Do you keep it? Do you keep it for how long? A year? More? I don't know how long they lived in the house. Do you keep it more than a day? How long do you keep it? Movie of the week. Yeah, despite essing glitter, no one, well, pegged isn't the word I'd use, Prince as gay. Well, no, people did at the time. And then they went, oh no, he just puts that on to attract the ladies. And then he had all those hot ladies with him. So everyone's like, well, okay, he just, that's just Prince. He's Prince. Movie of the week in the chat. I would not keep that, but I would be afraid to throw it out. Would you be afraid to throw it out, or would you be afraid to touch it not wearing a hazmat suit? Considering what might be. Well, anyway. Let's move on. Getting a little silly here. Furthermore, constant rumors circulated, goodness, that photographs had been discovered in Brazil of how can I phrase this? Let's say it was a group of people who were all male and all teenagers, and they were doing a thing that I can't mention. And supposedly there were photographs of this in Brazil in which Jose was a participant, and that Jose's name was on the Rolodex of a certain kind of service in Miami that would provide people to other people, not house cleaning services, not catering services, albeit a certain kind of catering to one's needs, and underage. So beyond illegal. And from the word being used here, I'm assuming male. That was a lot of words to get a point across. I hope you get it. But nothing came of those rumors in the trial. Wow, we have gotten into some very unusual territory. I really didn't know that. I must have read this article back in the day. I don't remember these rumors. I remember the cinnamon thing. I don't remember this stuff. This is wacky. And we are really going into some weird territory. Does this even have anything to do with the trial or the defense? I'm not even sure. Movie of the week says in the chat, yuck. This has been some wacky stuff, and it's going to continue. We are about halfway through the article, and I am going to take a little break and stretch my legs and refresh my teacup, and then we will be back in about, give me, let's say, 7 to 10 minutes, and I'm just going to take a little break. I would advise anyone else to take a break if you've been sitting as long as I have. Stretch your legs, get that blood flowing, and I will be back, as I said, in about 5 to 7 minutes with the conclusion of the second half of this Dominick Dunne article on the Menendez brothers trial for Vanity Fair from 1994. Be back shortly. Hello, hello. We are back. This is Friendship Empire, and I am the Empress. We are going through the articles of the late writer Dominick Dunne, which he wrote for Vanity Fair magazine back in the 1990s as the Menendez brothers' trial was going on, and before it and after it. Right now we are on article number 3 from 1994. We're in the middle of it, so if you want to start over, you'll have to go back to the beginning of the stream. But right now, we are going through Dominick's rather strident coverage of this is the post-trial verdict summation, I guess, that he's doing. His thoughts, his feelings about what actually happened. And we have gone from talk of the trial itself and how that went, deep into a discussion. Well, I guess I would say the entire theme of this article is Dominick Dunne completely not believing the defense argument that the brothers were abused by their father in such a horrendous way that they felt compelled to act in a manner that could be construed as self-defense. We have gone from Dominick Dunne's very sort of personal seeming animus against the brothers, Leslie Abramson, the defense attorney for Erik, and the defense argument at all, into some very deep rumors about the father, the son, what was going on in their personal lives, rumors that a pop star who may have been Elton John or may have been Prince may have left behind a stack of spicy magazines in the Menendez family house in Beverly Hills. It's crazy. So, continuing, pardon me, with this kind of madness, I'm going to pull the article back on screen. Here we are. And we've been talking about cinnamon and Vaseline and all kinds of interesting movies that have nothing to do with Jose Menendez's job at live entertainment in Hollywood, or at least not a direct link anyway. So picking up where we left off, there is another quote in italics. "Can't you find forgiveness in your heart for the boys?" Henry Anio, I think, Jose Menendez's cousin. The words gay and homosexual were so fearful a nature to most members of the Menendez family with whom I spoke that they were unable to deal with them. I'd also like to reiterate, this is an article from 1994, so 30 years ago. Oh, and in the chat, Movie of the Week says, actually, if you had verified Rockstar spicy magazines, wouldn't eBay be the better choice than the garbage? Did eBay exist in, well, this would have been what, 1989 that they found, or 1989 or prior. To the best of my knowledge, eBay did not exist. And if you were trying to sell those kinds of spicy magazines, you might get in trouble if you tried to do that, depending on who you talk to. So, yeah, you might not want to do that super publicly. Okay. Whenever the subject arose in conversation, I was immediately corrected with the word bisexual, as if that lessened the shame for them. Well, that was the old technique of people who wanted to sort of edge their way out of the closet. This might be a confusing concept for people who were born more recently, but back in the olden days, that was a step that Elton John, as a matter of fact, and I believe George Michael took, where they first said, "Oh, I'm bi," and then later it was, "Just kidding, I'm gay. I'm just gay." And, you know, Movie of the Week says, yeah, it was a simpler time. It was a simpler time when celebrities would say, by the way, I want you to all know that I'm really, and we all would go, Yeah, we know. We're okay with that. Like, you're Elton John, you're George Michael, or whoever. Yeah, we know. It's cool. It's all right. And then the world moved on. I don't know. Everyone knew. Everyone was fine. I mean, 5 people had a problem with it. Everybody else, and 5 people did. 5 people had a problem with it. 5 people didn't know, and everyone else was like, "Yes, we know." So, moving on. And hey, by the way, despite what some people say, some people actually are bisexual. So maybe that was an accurate assessment. One response I received startled me with its directness. Jose was homophobic, but in his kind of business, there were a lot of gays, and he grew to accept that in other people. But he could never accept it in his own kids if it were true. I think the hate that Erik has was with his father's inability to accept the way he was. Given time, Jose may have been able to cope with it. The initial finding out would have been devastating for him. He would have come around in time, but it takes a while. It's a very strong possibility. Now, has any of this been mentioned in 2024? I have to admit, I am not following the current coverage of the Menendez brothers. I just wanted an excuse to read some Dominick Dunne articles because I enjoy Dominick Dunne's writing. And I really didn't know that much I knew some about the case, not that much. Is this something that is being discussed now? Does anyone know? Are they bringing up I feared for my life may have been because of this, if you fear coming out of the closet. But that wasn't mentioned? I don't think that's been mentioned, has it? As a reason? I don't think so. I haven't seen any headlines, and I feel like I would have. Okay, back to the article. In reality, Jose might never have come around. Perhaps not even Kitty. On the stand, Erik said that his mother pressured him to get a girl, gave him 6 months to find one. Why? Why the deadline? He did, but they broke up shortly after. My mother would say, "What, are you gay?" Yeah, you just go, "Yes, I am," and it's all over. There you go. "What, are you not man enough for her? Is this what your problem is?" Ooh, what awful mother would say that? Did she say that? "Did your father call you a negative name for gay people?" asked Abramson. "Yeah, he called me a F slur, like the full 6-letter version. He called me a F slur, the 3-letter version, or a F slur, the 6-letter version. He used both of them. He hated gay people." Okay. There was a time, well, if he did, he went into the wrong business, because you are going to be very angry if you hate gay people and you work in entertainment. There was a time when Erik Menendez considered becoming an actor and model. A friend from that period, Philip Carney, a former West Hollywood photographer, WeHo, huh? Now living in New Orleans, took modeling pictures of Erik and formed a brief relationship with him in 1988 after the family moved to Beverly Hills. When I knew him, it was after the Calabasas burglaries, which he talked about, said Carney. Erik had no feeling that he had done something wrong. He was just embarrassed that he was caught and had to face his father. That checks out. "Did you have an affair with Erik?" I asked. Ooh. There was a long pause. "Spiritually, yes. Physically, almost," he replied. "I met him on the street in Beverly Hills. He wanted some modeling pictures, and I took them." Okay. A person in Miami who knew the family suggested that Jose was so troubled by the possibility of his son's homosexuality that he sought help for him through Santeria, a Cuban religion which in some ways is similar to Haitian voodoo. By means of animal sacrifice, Santeria is sometimes used to rid people of evil spirits that possess them. In the scenes with his father that Erik described on the stand, he mentioned the lighting of candles and the sticking of needles and tacks into his thighs and backside, both of which suggest something more ritualistic than S. I would also say that if you are concerned about your son being a gay male, the way to cure him of this, not that I know there's no cure, I get it, but if you're the kind of person who has that mentality where you think that's a possibility, where you could change someone like that, I have a feeling that the SASMR and I activity that we've been discussing, that has been alleged, that wouldn't be the way to do it. That doesn't seem to make any sense for anything. But okay. Back to the article. A tip that Jose had seen a brujo, or witch doctor. The witch doctor? I think it's more like witch, but okay. Who ran a Cuban restaurant in Los Angeles, led to a wild goose chase between me and another reporter that came to naught. A Cuban friend in Palm Beach put me in touch with people in the Miami area who participated in Santeria, but there was a reluctance to talk, and then my phone calls went unanswered. Yeah, don't talk to the reporter about your Santeria activities. That would be a bad idea, I think. Okay, movie of the week in the chat says, holy crap, it's The Believers. Yes. And, this being, we are streaming live in October of 2024. So it being almost Halloween, less than a week away. Yes, the spooky season, The Believers, an old, I want to say 1988 horror movie with Martin Sheen. I liked it. Voodoo movie. Enjoyable movie. I recommend. Movie of the week also says, I do not remember all this stuff from the case at the time. No, neither do I. And the thing is, I must have read this article, but that was 30 years ago. I always translated brujo as sorcerer. Yeah, like a male witch. I mean, I guess you could say warlock is a male witch, but witch doctor makes it seem more like, okay, it almost seems like you're kind of, I don't know, almost like racist, but, whatever, witch doctor. That sounds more goofy than like brujo. It's pretty serious business, But anyway, getting back to the article. Okay, we have another italicized quote. What Erik and I did took courage beyond belief, beyond strength. There was no way I was going to make a decision to kill my mother without Erik's consent. I didn't even want to influence him on that issue. I just let him sleep on it for a couple of days. Lyle Menendez to Dr. Oziel on December 11, 1989. Kitty Menendez was the defense's big problem. Kitty may have been a pitiful woman, but she had done nothing that could have given her sons the right to kill her, certainly not with such cruelty. A family member told me that Kitty changed completely after she discovered her husband was having an affair. An affair? They said he was constantly unfaithful. Oh, I guess they're just referring to the one mistress that he had the long affair with, in addition to all the other randos that he was sleeping with. At least that's what Dunne was telling us. The fact that the affair had been going on for 6 years without her having any knowledge of it was devastating to her. Okay, so a husband can cheat on a wife for 6 years and you have no idea. But the kids allegedly were getting abused, but no one had any idea, and that's implausible? Okay. Her reaction to Jose's infidelity was described to me as like getting punched in the stomach. Very hard. Sure, checks out. She felt totally betrayed. Well, sure. And her behavior became obsessive. Yeah, that happens. The one time she actually spoke to the mistress was outside the woman's office building in New York, where Kitty, knowing what she looked like, approached her. Instead of the hysteria we might have expected from the way Kitty was portrayed in the trial, the meeting, according to Pamela Bozanich, the prosecutor, who spoke with the woman, was pleasant, even cordial. two women who wanted the same man, talking about him. The mistress chose not to be a witness in the trial. If she was so devastated, why was she so calm? What was she talking to the mistress about? Time sharing? I mean, if you're heartbroken, if you're totally betrayed and you track the woman down, which is a little, I mean, if you're tracking the woman down, you want something out of her. What? I mean, just wanted to say hi, invite her over for Thanksgiving dinner? Weird. No stone was left unturned to assassinate Kitty's character or mock her life. Excuse me. Relatives and neighbors and teachers and coaches and people who said they were her friends were brought on by the defense to say things such as, her hair was messy and needed a bleach job, or she lost her children in malls when they were young and continued with her shopping even after security announced over the PA system that they had been found. Or she picked her children up from school in sweats. Oh no, not in LA. I mean, even in Princeton, I don't know. That could be a little not okay. Or she was a dangerous driver. Well, hey, Dominick Dunne, and I think it was article number 1, you said that Kitty was on booze and pills. I would think that that would make her a dangerous driver. Or there were ferret feces on the floor of her house. And that fact was mentioned in article 2, which was, I read on the stream yesterday. That was what Dominick Dunne wrote in his article. You know, the articles in which he's also describing their house as having second-rate furniture. I'm not going to let that go. Movie of the Week writes in the chat, I refuse to believe that dye job. Yeah. Okay. What else did she do? Her sister-in-law, even her own sister, rushed to put more nails in her coffin. Marta Cano, a sister of Jose Menendez, who had spent virtually the entire period between the killings and the memorial service in Jose's office, going through his files, looking for insurance policies and financial statements, became one of the foundation stones of the defense strategy, remembering in specific detail every wrongdoing of her sister-in-law over the years. Okay, it may be worth noting that Marta Cano yelled at Dominick Dunne, and they had, they were at odds with one another, as he reported in one of his earlier articles. So I think there's no love lost between the two of them, that's for sure. And she was also described as a staunch supporter of her brother, her late brother. Okay. Back to the article. She told me she wished Lyle and Erik had never been born because they had broken her marriage. She told me they had made her life miserable and separated her from Jose, said Cano. She said she heard Kitty encourage her children to lie. Well, that checks out with what the dad supposedly, raised them to do as well. She told jurors that Kitty had raised her sons in total chaos amid piles of dirty clothes. When asked by prosecutor Pamela Bozanich if she could find anything positive to say about her, Cano conceded that Kitty was intelligent, could move a Christmas tree from place to place without any help. If it's a full-size Christmas tree, I'm impressed. And could assemble a new barbecue all by herself. Wow. How did she do with IKEA furniture? In her effort to defend her nephews, Cano unwittingly provided one of the great laughs of the trial. She told jurors that when she filled the brothers in on the extent of the fortune they were about to inherit, they were shocked that their father had left so much money. She said that Erik cared so little for money that if he did inherit, he would give this money to homeless kids who had run away from home. Cognizant of the $700,000 spending spree the brothers went on after the killings, Pamela Bozanich was not about to let that whopper pass unnoticed. She asked Marta Cano how much of the insurance money Erik received went to homeless boys. I guess the answer was none. Joan Vandermolen, after first shedding tears for her departed sister, testified that Kitty was an intensely private woman, but she also said that her sister took 4 years off her age on her driver's license and that she was elated and excited to have a Beverly Hills zip code. Does that make you a terrible person? I mean, okay, you shouldn't lie about your age on your driver's license. That's silly and maybe illegal. I'm not sure. I wouldn't do it. That's unnecessary. But she was happy to have a Beverly Hills zip code. I mean, people do get excited over things like that. It might be kind of silly and shallow, but like, whatever. I don't think it's a trashing the way that, the point I'm making is I don't think it's a trashing the way that Dominick Dunne seems to indicate it is. It's also, she said this about her sister on the stand. You don't get up there when you testify in court, you don't just get up there and go, hey, I want to trash my sister. Listen, like, you're asked questions. So presumably the question was asked, your sister had 19 whatever on her driver's license. Was that really her date of birth? And if her sister said no, it was actually 4 years earlier, that's her admitting that her sister lied about her age on her driver's license. It wasn't necessarily something she volunteered, like, oh, my sister was such a jerk, blah, blah, blah. I'm really, really shocked at the turn of Dominick Dunne's tone in this third article from 1994 versus his previous articles from 1990 and 1993. Where he didn't exactly seem to be on the brothers' side and thinking that they were, completely, that their actions were completely excused. But this just seems really unbiased. It seems unbiased. And like there's a personal issue that Dunne has with going after this. And I'm not sure if, am I reading into it? I don't know. Movie of the week, I can see you in the chat. You've agreed with me earlier. It's just, he's spinning it hard, and it seems like it's not necessary, and to the point of being kind of untrue. Okay, back to the article. She described a letter she had found in Kitty's nightstand after her death, a letter Kitty had written to Jose, telling him how much she loved him. She said her sister's letter was so private, so personal, so graphic, so explicit in describing his body parts. She said she had also found a explicit cheap paperback novel that Kitty had been reading and a adult style graphic video in Kitty's closet, both of which she confiscated. Why Vandermolen felt obliged to reveal these intimate things, or why she had allowed herself to be talked into revealing them, was a mystery. Well, again, if this was on the stand, one of the, either a prosecuting attorney or a defense attorney would have asked her a question which would have elicited this response. I would really have to see either a transcript or the video to determine how much of this is, is he describing it oddly? And I think I'm going to have to go check this out and maybe update on the next stream, because this is weird. I mean, these things aren't, so what? So Kitty had a letter that she talked about Jose's, business in it. So what? Like, is that weird? Is revealing that about your sister, your dead sister, like, she had some racy material, like, she had a racy book. So she wrote a dirty letter to her own husband. Shocking. Like, who cares? This doesn't mean anything. Why is Dunne going after this? There is very little love lost between the Menendezes and Kitty's family, the Andersons. A Menendez relative said to me, I was very shocked by what she said. I got a lot of things out of that house. I didn't find dirty movies. Okay. What does this have to do with the actual crimes? I guess it's two, because two people. I don't get it. And I would love to know, what has been the relationship of the Menendez family and the Anderson family, Kitty Menendez's family? Because I hear a lot about the Menendezes, and I've heard that there are members of the family that are, I mean, they were supporting them at the brothers at the time, but it's my understanding that it's members of the Menendez family now that are supporting their release. I haven't heard any mention of the Anderson family, and do they have any opinion of this? How do they feel about it? I'd be curious to hear. Okay, back to the article. In the end, Vandermeulen's testimony added up to nothing more than that the deeply unhappy Kitty watched and read a little porn. Oh, shoot, I said it. Oops, YouTube, don't hurt me. And loved her faithless husband a little too much. That doesn't trash her, and we don't know that she and Jose weren't watching that together. She could have been reading the book with him. She could have been watching the movie with him. People do that, so we don't know. We can't tell. If she still had a weak spot for Jose's, business, after years of an unhappy marriage, was it really necessary to bring up such an extremely private letter from such an extremely private woman? The story had no relevance to the trial other than to discredit the victim. How does it discredit a victim that she was into having marital relations with her husband? How is it? The pearl clutching from Dominick Dunne on this subject is BS. He is not that much of a pearl clutcher regarding that. This is not shocking to him, and he's faking. This is fake. I've read enough Dominick Dunne. This is BS. What's going on here? Okay, another italicized quote. A crime of rage is 1 shot. 2 shots, maybe. But somewhere between 1 shot and 16 shots, you look at your brother and say, you know, Lyle, I'm not as pissed off as I was 7 shots ago. George Schlatter, Hollywood producer, director, and writer. For 5 months, people in the courtroom watched the unlovely spectacle of 3 female defense attorneys trying to make the slain mother of their clients killable to the juries. The dead woman was attacked in a rampage of verbal violence that equaled and occasionally surpassed in gore the contact wound made when Lyle Menendez fired into her cheek after Erik had helped him reload his spent weapon, the shot that turned Kitty Menendez's face into near nothingness. The purple prose, I'm sure, rivals only the paperback, the cheap, tawdry paperback that Kitty kept in her bedroom. Dominick, you should be ashamed of yourself, or you should have been ashamed of yourself. This is ridiculous. Poor writing. Kitty's body was found on the floor of a family room next to her dead husband's feet. Her face lay in her own coagulating blood. One of her eyes was shot out, and her nose was gone. Her teeth had been knocked out of her mouth by the impact of the contact blast, except for the one that hung loose from the top gum, like a hag's. How dare he compare her to a hag, trashing her in death like a defense attorney. Her hair stood straight up like Don King's from the impact of the final blast. I've not seen the photographs. And I don't, Don King, it's such an ancient reference that I'm actually going to bring his picture up. Don King, for anyone who doesn't remember, was a boxing promoter. He was sketchy AF. He was larger than life. He was a great character, but he was dirty. And he was very much associated with Mike Tyson. And I believe Mike Tyson, this was probably the point at which, this was the guy who really helped take Mike into the troublesome territory that I think he found himself in at that time of his career. He did a little bit better before when he was with, what was that guy's name? What's his name? The guy who brought him up. And then he went with Don King, who was all about, oh, what was it? America's the greatest country. You get to make money. That was his rap. Like, he always was smiling, as you can see in this photo. As I said, he was a great character. And you could see his hair here. It's a little hard. Oh, this is a better picture. Look at this. Look at Don King. Look at that hair. And yeah, he was known for his hair. But he was a little shady. And there you go. Customato, that was it. Thank you, Movie of the Week in the chat. Don King was a punchline when this article was written. Don King was not the analog to make there. Yeah, that's right. Excuse me. Sorry, Customato, thank you. It was Customato who brought up Mike Tyson into boxing. Okay, back to the article. Oh, yeah, this was what I was going to say. Dominick Dunne saying that Kitty Menendez had Don King hair from being shot in the face. I'm just imagining in Daffy Duck cartoons when, like, Elmer Fudd shoots and, like, his duck bill goes backwards on his face. It sounds like a cartoonish description. And Dominick Dunne himself is criticizing the testimony in the courtroom as being over the top, yet his writing is so incredibly over the top. Even as horrendous as the crime scene had to have been, he's still making it seem cartoonish to try to impress upon us how bad it is. Dude, I get it. You're being silly. And as he's accusing Leslie Abramson, he's doing the same thing. You're going too far and you're pushing it, and it's sounding not credible. Okay, Kitty's left part of her chest, I don't know if I can even say that word, which is totally technical, which had presumably once suckled her sons, was a mass of ugly pellet wounds. The fingers of one of her hands, with their freshly manicured pink nails, were intertwined with her own, guts and matter. Yuck. Jill Lansing suggested that Kitty had made overtures to Lyle. Sometimes when she asked you how she looked, would she be inappropriately attired? Lansing asked. She would be topless, usually just topless or like an open robe, replied Lyle. He was 11 at the time. Okay, if that happened, that's gross. When you say she would wash you with a sponge, would she just wash your back? No, she would wash me everywhere. She would wash your business? Yes. Did you continue to sleep in her bed around this time when you were 11 and 12? Sometimes. Sometimes did you touch your mom? Yes. Would your dad be in bed? Sometimes. Where would you touch her? Everywhere. You can't see the face I'm making. It's utter disgust. My face is contorted. If true, disgusting. If not true, also disgusting. But if you're trying to save your life and avoid the death penalty, which it was at the time, California doesn't have a death penalty any longer, but if you're trying to save yourself even from life imprisonment, yeah, people will say anything. But true, not true? I'm still in question marks territory. The family sounds complete. They're obviously a complete mess. I don't think anyone was completely innocent in the general moral, ethical sense here. In the closing, I have to say, I'm really shocked. I didn't remember all of this stuff, and it's crazy. I wonder if they're talking about it now in 2024 as this is being covered, as the DA has been bringing this up again. Okay, back to the article. In the closing argument, Abramson, using her "she deserved to die" voice, matched her verbal portrait of Jose as she spout out a long list of words witnesses had used to describe the dead mother. Image conscious, status conscious, alcoholic, dominant, strong-willed, pathetic, helpless, tough, ineffectual, disorganized, reckless, intimidating, frustrated, unhappy, critical, intelligent, capable, scary, aggressive, stubborn, spaced out, tense, late, incoherent, nervous, depressed, in the mood to self-delete, Can't say the word on YouTube. I don't even know if I can say that word. Aggressive in the V word sense. Violent, I'll just say it. Screaming, fearless, self-confident, powerful, hostile, cold, overbearing, defensive, possessive. The single words gave way to statements. She cheated all over the place. She lied about her age. She helped Erik get a fake driver's license. She did their schoolwork for them. She cheated at games. I ask you, would you ever leave your child with this woman? Is this a mommy? She smoked abusively. She was not affectionate. She was not demonstrative. She was not praising, comforting, supportive, tender, or kind. Believe it or not, there are actually mothers out there like that. And it's not character assassination if it's true. I'm not saying that the woman deserved to be treated in the manner that her sons treated her. I have no idea. I wasn't there. But I can say I don't think that she and her husband did a great job raising their kids. Don't think that. Don't think they at least made some mistakes, right? Can we admit that? They at least kind of caused this situation to arise? It's almost like a Darwin Award by proxy. What's that? Munchausen's by proxy? Do you understand what I mean? Darwin Award. Like, the Darwin Award is given to people who do something so, thoughtless that they end up causing their own demise. I feel like when parents have kids that do this to them, there's like sort of a Darwin Award by proxy situation. I guess I'm alone. Excuse me, I guess I'm alone in this. Okay, so we have another italicized quote. Oh boy, it's another late night joke, a late night talk show host joke. Now, oh gosh, it's Jay Leno, and in my head, I'm hearing his voice. I am not going to do a Jay Leno impression. I cannot. Now, here is an amazing statistic about Russia. You won't hear this anywhere else but here on The Tonight Show. Even though they were fighting for over a week, the Russian army still had not fired as many shots as the Menendez brothers. Is that unbelievable? Jay Leno, ladies and gentlemen. Jay Leno. He needed a better writer. Jay's a decent comic. That's not a great joke. Maybe it was funnier at the time, but I don't think so. Movie of the week. Oh, okay, yes. Okay, one of the questions asked most often was why so many relatives of the victims came to help their killers. The most common explanation was that Kitty and Jose were gone, and their sons, however imperfect, were all that was left of the family. Not all of the relatives answered the defense call, however. Milton Anderson, all right, here we go. One of Kitty's two brothers, who lives in Oak Lawn, a suburb of Chicago, gave a front-page interview in Daily Southtown, an Illinois newspaper, in which he called the defense strategy bull, and said he agreed with the prosecution that his nephews had killed their parents out of greed. He said that at first, he had not believed that they had committed the killings and had visited them in jail. Then, Leslie Abramson and Jill Lansing went to see him in Oak Lawn. They tried to convince me what bad people my sister and brother-in-law were, but I didn't buy it. He was quoted as saying, "My sister didn't abuse her children." Later, when I encountered Anderson in the corridor of the courthouse in Van Nuys, he expressed dismay at the testimony of Joan Vandermolen. "If my sister should call me up to wish me a happy Thanksgiving," he said, "I'd hang up the phone on her. That goes for my nieces and nephews who testified too." Oof, okay. Geez, this is tearing two families apart. What's going on in the Anderson family? Why was the sister so willing to testify? And the testimony didn't sound that incriminating, but I guess participating at all on that side is, it's helping to, helping. I can understand his anger, but I don't know. Oh. I'm really surprised that there isn't more investigation into what was going on with these families before we got here. Like, what was the Anderson family like? All we know of was Kitty married Jose. They were married very early, and then boom, they just sort of ran with it. No real. There's some information about Jose's background because he has this impressive rise as, from being an immigrant from Cuba and then becoming this, very well-paid, successful Hollywood executive. However, mid-tier he was considered in Hollywood. He was still doing well as far as, a normal person, and certainly for someone who came with, to the country with nothing. But we don't hear really anything about the Anderson family, and we don't really hear anything about how this family was kind of existing. The information that even Dominick Dunne presents about Kitty and Jose and their sons, it seems very insular. Like, it kind of doesn't. I mean, he's said that they were a private family, but they would have had, more neighbors, more interactions with people in their community, other parents at the schools that their kids went to. I'm not hearing, were the kids always weird? Like, were Lyle and Erik beating kids up at school? Were they cheating on tests when they were in high school, in middle school? Were they kleptomaniac children who would steal things from, friends' houses? The jump of them going, the burglaries in Calabasas, like, it's not even small things like taking a car that's left with the keys in it for a joyride, maybe crashing it, maybe leaving it unattended somewhere. Like, that's the kind of thing, say, crime of opportunity that a punk kid might, I'll just steal booze, or I'll, grab something, unattended cash or something like that. Even jewelry. But the breaking into a safe, which was the first burglary that they participated in, it just seemed, and then they went out and bought walkie-talkies. It seemed like they were committed to a life of crime. Like, this is fairly sophisticated thinking. It's not just, even the idea of, I'm going to go back to my old house in Princeton. I know where, I know how to get into the house. I know the layout and all of this, and I'm going to go rob the new owners. I mean, it takes planning, it takes thought, and it takes a level of effort. I mean, they're kind of indicating that these were lazy kids. I mean, what's his name? Lyle didn't have to. He chose to cheat on a Psych 101 test in his first semester at Princeton. I mean, he wasn't even trying to make an effort. And yet they start by doing these, like, burglaries where they're breaking into safes. Then they're going to go get walkie-talkies. This sounds kind of semi-professional, like they're trying to go from amateur to professional. I imagine there would have been precursor crimes before the burglaries. Did they get caught? Did the dad know? What's going on here? There's more here, and it's not being said. But people knew these people. Movie of the Week says, tell us how you really feel. Are you talking about me, or are you talking about Mr. Anderson? Which, when I say that, again, I hear The Matrix, Mr. Anderson in my head, Hugo Weaving. All right, back to the article. We have more italicized quotes. Okay, at times, one overheard snippets of conversation among the legal teams about their lives outside the courtroom. One day in the corridor, Jill Lansing spoke to Paul Moniz, the author, or maybe it's like Moniz, I don't know. I'm saying Moniz because it's easier to say that way. The author of When a Child Kills, who was serving the defense as an advisor. This was the book that they, earlier in the article, it was claimed or thought that they were using this book as basically a playbook for the defense to invent an abuse defense out of whole cloth, I guess, from this book. Okay, so Jill Lansing spoke to Paul Moniz. Are you going to the dinner Saturday night? What dinner? Moniz asked. The kindergarten parents' dinner. Huh? The kindergarten? What does that even mean? Did they have children in a kindergarten together? I don't get it. What does that mean? Do you guys have any idea? Okay, back to the article. The chief topic of conversation at every dinner table in Beverly Hills for the 6 months I was there covering the trial was the trial itself. Billy Wilder, the great film director, wow, he was still alive then? Resisted the trial in the beginning, but slowly got sucked into its vortex, like everyone else. What fascinated him was how the defense strategy may have come about. He imagined the process as being like a story conference at a film studio, a group of people sitting around a table trying to figure out a plot line. How about this, one might say, or this might work. I love how on the one hand, the Hollywood mentality, it's kind of like if you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. But on the other hand, he's right. I guarantee you he's right. Kitty Menendez had to be incorporated into the brothers' version of the days preceding the killings. Indeed, she became the linchpin, pardon me, that provided the motivation for the catastrophe that was to follow, as well as the instigator of the denouement, when Erik claimed she told him that she had always known about the M. On the Tuesday before the Sunday of the killings, Kitty, we were told way back in the opening statements in July, pulled off Lyle Menendez's hairpiece in a fit of rage during a family argument. Remember, this is the hairpiece that we are to believe he walked into prison showers with, not worried that it would come off in the shower, but that it did fly off his head when he got slapped in the face by a fellow prisoner. Imagine that scene just for a moment. A man's toupee flying across a prison shower after a slapped face. It's comedy. It's hard to believe it happened, but it's a very funny scene. Movie of the week, didn't that also happen in prison? No, that did happen. That's what I'm saying. Kitty allegedly ripped Lyle's hairpiece off in anger, but then when he was in prison, supposedly a prisoner slapped him in the showers and his hairpiece flew off from a slap. A slap. As though he didn't have, wig tape or glue or anything that would hold it, in place. It's just ridiculous. I mean, if it happened, it would be a great video to see. I would love to see someone slap a toupee off of another person. Not that I'm advocating violence, but it would be funny. Okay, let's get back to this article. That aggressive act and the shock that followed set in motion the events that ended with a fusillade of fire that killed the two parents. Lyle Menendez's state-of-the-art hairpiece, or toupee, or wig, or hair replacement, as his very expensive rug was variously called, became a constant prop in the trial, almost as important as the two missing Mossberg 12-gauge shotguns the brothers used to blow away their parents. In a previous article, I called Lyle's virtually undetectable false hair a masterpiece of wig making. First-time visitors to the courtroom would invariably ask, which one is the one with the wig? Okay, that could go both ways. On the one hand, that could mean that he had a really, really good toupee. On the other hand, it could mean that Erik's hair looked so fake and so bad that people were willing to think that it was a wig. Or, again, I will go with my favorite answer, C, what about both? Maybe it's both. It would have surprised no one in the 6-month soap opera that the trial became if the defense had talked Lyle into removing his deep secret on the stand. But good taste prevailed. If good taste prevailed in that courtroom, it seems like that was the only time. The only time. The defense claimed that until the moment Kitty pulled the hairpiece off Lyle, Erik did not know that his brother wore a toupee. That's BS. The defense further claimed that the sight of his older brother's baldness and the sudden awareness of his brother's vulnerability and embarrassment freed Erik to confess to Lyle his own deep secret, that their father had been SMing him for 12 years. Which I would figure he would know because the dad was allegedly... Okay, well... yes. Movie of the week is praising the Menendez brothers' taste in weapons. Yes, I have heard that those are quality products. A quality manufacturer. And I'm still wondering about the coinkydink that Dr. Oziel gave 2 shotguns to his wife and mistress. Yet there are these shotguns that allegedly the brothers, or one of the brothers, bought in San Diego that disappeared. And I'm still wondering, in my mind, 2 guns go missing, 2 guns show up, they're connected. It sounds like that's an easy connection. Did the police ever investigate Oziel? Did they ever look and check out what guns he had? Were they Mossbergs? Were they 12 gauge? It really seems like maybe that's a thing. I would have looked into it if I were an investigator, but no one seems to mention this or pick this up. Maybe I'm just silly in thinking this. I don't know. What do you think? I also want to know, how do they know for a fact that one of the brothers did buy the guns in San Diego? Is there a receipt? Is there testimony from someone who sold them? Is there security camera footage? Is there even money missing? How did they pay? Credit card? Check? Cash? I mean, if you buy something with a fake ID, if you use a credit card, you would also have to have a credit card in the same name, or should, otherwise it would seem suspicious. There's been no discussion of that, and I do not know what actually happened in the trial. I should be writing this down. All the things that I need to go fact check that happened in the trial, and then figure out if Dominick Dunne's presentation of this information is accurate, or to what degree he is spinning it to make his point, because he's showing a lot of bias in the way he's presenting information, even if the information is accurate. I'm a big fan of his writing, but this is weird to me. All right, continuing with the article. That one brother did not know the other... Oh, excuse me. I need a cough break. Sorry about that. I am back. Okay, that one brother did not know the other brother wore a hairpiece was hard to swallow. Try some cinnamon. A man's toupee is not like a woman's wig, which can be slipped onto the head easily. The wearing of hey, have you ever tried to put a wig on? Oh my goodness. If you have a quantity of hair as a woman, it is not easy to put on a wig. It can be quite a task, let me tell you. The wearing of a toupee involves elaborate preparations before a bathroom mirror and the various means of attachment, such as glue, hooks, and lore locks. I'd not heard that term before. Tried by Lyle before he settled on the method he liked best, could not have gone unnoticed. Well, I mean, there is privacy. You can shut a bathroom door. They did live in large houses where they would have probably had their own, bathrooms and not had to share. And if you really want to keep a secret, one can. One can hide things, and one can keep a secret if one wants to. But again, putting on a wig on a woman can be a task too. Those things, I don't know what lore locks are, but glue and hooks, I think that's the thing too. For women, I mean. Okay. This is not a fool your brother kind of thing. Marzi Eisenberg told me that Jose had often discussed Lyle's hair problem with her. Oh man, that's humiliating. And had told her that Lyle worried about his hair all the time. A person formerly connected to the firm where Lyle ordered his hair replacements told me Lyle was consumed with his hair. A friend of Lyle's who was in constant touch with him during the trial told me rather flippantly that he seemed to worry more about his toupee than about the outcome of the trial, and that he was deeply upset when he was informed that it was off-center one day in the courtroom. it is highly unlikely that a balding brother who suddenly appeared with a full head of hair would have gone unnoticed or unremarked upon by his only sibling. When Lyle first went to the Hair Replacement Center on Wilshire Boulevard in West Los Angeles on February 4, 1988, he was already in possession of a toupee with which he was dissatisfied, claiming it shed. But normal hair sheds too, so that would make it more realistic, would it not? Movie of the Week says toupee priorities. He should have gotten a hair replacement system where they take individual follicles and place them where you need the hair replaced. That's how fancy people do it. But maybe they hadn't invented that yet. He would have just had to go with Maury's wigs. But they don't come off in the pool. So if Maury's wigs don't come off in the pool, they probably would not have come off in a prison shower. That's all I have to say. Okay. His toupee shed. The new model, I wonder if he called that a piece of S, like his Alfa Romeo, his disappointing Alfa Romeo. So now he's going to get the Porsche of toupees. The new model he ordered cost $1,450, which in 1988, that's 1988. In 2024 money, what is that, like 10 grand, 15 grand? I can't even imagine. He got a trade-in of $400 for his used toupee. No, you can't resell a toupee. That's disgusting. Ew. Oh, that's gross. You can't. Oh, who's buying a pre-owned toupee? Oh, no. Just be bald. That sounds unhygienic, does it not? Okay. For that first piece, model 124EX, and the three that followed from the Hair Replacement Center over the next year and a half, he always insisted on 100% human hair. Well, yeah, all the best hair pieces are real human hair. What are you talking about? Dominick Dunne, do you know nothing of wigs? The piece had 3 inches of hair in front, 4 inches on the sides, and 5 inches in back. It required 4 to 6 weeks for delivery. A person who formerly worked at the center told me that Lyle always knew exactly what he wanted and exactly how high the piece should be placed on his forehead. On one, he ordered a permanent wave. Ew, a perm. On another, he requested sun streaking and highlights. Now, this is intelligent. Because if you wear a wig and you are trying to convince people it is your actual hair, it is best to imitate the condition of a changing head of hair. I have heard of people who wear wigs, men, not women, who will get different lengths so that you can look like you can go from freshly barbered, freshly cut, to grown out a little bit to I need a haircut. That you actually get multiple wigs that you can swap out throughout the, month? What do you say? Month between haircuts for a man? That sounds about right. So you can actually emulate or imitate growing hair with your wig. Now that's smart. So I have to credit if he was planning ahead and get a perm, get sun streaks and highlights, wear the sun-streaked one in the summertime. Then when it's the wintertime and it's cold, you put the one, you're not getting as much sun. You're not outside as much. Your hair's a little darker. Then again, it's LA. You're always in the sun, right? But he traveled for tennis. Okay, back to the article. The former employee told me of a conversation he once had with Lyle. Lyle said, "I wish I could stop wearing this thing. It's hot and perspiry." He replied, "You don't have to wear it. No one's forcing you to wear it." Lyle said, "I have an image to keep up. My father told me I had an image." I have 2 questions. 1, would the employee of a company that is selling you a product try to convince you that you did not need their product? No, not if they wanted to keep their job. Number 2, How did Dominick Dunne get this information about the hair replacement center on Wilshire Boulevard? Was this in the trial? Did he go there and bribe them or just question them? I mean, is there no client confidentiality in the hair replacement industry? This seems very violating of the client's privacy. And I would not do business with the hair replacement center on Wilshire Boulevard as of the 90s. If they're still there now, I'm sure they're fine. Look them up on Yelp. I have no complaint. But as of the 1990s, they had an employee who had loose lips. That's not good. But again, Dunne seems like he's got a little bit of a personal thing, and he's going in hard on Lyle because he knows Lyle is going to read this article. You know Leslie Abramson is going to read the article to Lyle, and they're all going to be angry about how much he went in on the hair thing. Right? That's why he's doing this. This is catty and personal and weird. I mean, it's entertaining, but it's weird. We're talking about a criminal case, not about a toupee. He's going in hard on the toupee, much like the second-rate furniture. He didn't actually go in hard on the furniture this way. This is way worse. Okay, Lyle had an image. He ordered his fourth hairpiece. I mean, really, Dominick Dunne. On July 28, 1989, it is noted on that order order form that the piece must be ready by September 3, 1989. The shotgun deaths of his parents occurred on August 20, 1989. Lyle returned again to the center on August 25, 1989, 5 days after the slayings, for an adjustment. That was also the day of the first memorial service for his dead parents. He was given a baseball cap to cover his baldness in the waiting room while the work was being done. You mean they don't have loaner wigs that you can wear? I would think they would have enough. I mean, maybe some of those secondhand pre-owned wigs you go in, or your own old wig. You might just keep your, like when you have to get, maybe if you have to get new glasses, you might have an extra pair that you know what I'm talking about, people, right? Okay, this seems silly. A baseball cap? Was it branded with the name of the hair replacement company? I would think you would just have a loaner wig, whatever. House wig. Yes, movie of the week. There you go. Have a house wig, much like the house jacket that they have at a restaurant. If you go to a restaurant that requires a dinner jacket, they have the house jacket in the back. So if someone shows up, maybe they didn't know, you go, "Sir, here's a jacket. Could you please wear it?" There you go. House wig. Thank you, movie of the week. Back to the article. Once, that's a typo. It says 1 inch of hair. 1 inch of hair was removed from the front and back of the piece and replaced with new hair. Excessive perspiration or poor hygiene had caused the perimeter of the hair to take on a different texture. Or poor hygiene. Meow, Dominick Dunne is catty. Marzi Eisenberg said that the memorial service at the Directors Guild in Hollywood was scheduled for noon. By 11:45, the auditorium was packed to capacity with industry people. That's industry with an I, ladies and gentlemen. The industry. As Dominick is quick to point out, in the business, they call it the industry with a capital I. Lyle and Erik arrived late. And all the people I've ever known who worked in the industry, no one ever called it that. No one ever called it that. No one ever called it that. Anyway, maybe it's more of an LA thing. Maybe it's a more LA entertainment industry thing. A LA specific thing. I don't know. Okay. Not that anyway. Okay, Lyle and Erik arrived late, between 12:30 and 12:45. They strolled in. Lyle had one hand in the pocket of his suit. "I wanted to smack him. I wanted to plaster him against the wall," said Eisenberg. Erik seemed very upset. He was scheduled to give the eulogy. I said to Lyle, "Are you sure Erik can do this?" Lyle answered, "Marzi, don't worry. My brother's a very good actor." I was not allowed to tell that story on the stand. The defense objected. I was getting very uncomfortable with Lyle. I was thinking, something's wrong with this picture. This is not how you behave when your parents are killed. Little things like that kept happening. He was very disinterested, uncaring, unfeeling. Another italicized quote. Who says I can't fill my father's shoes? These are my father's shoes. Lyle to Marzi Eisenberg in the limousine after his parents' memorial service. On March 6, 1991, while in the Los Angeles County Jail, oh no, Lyle ordered still another hairpiece. Now it's all about toupees. Model 124EX again, with no part. A note on the order form said that the customer would not be able to come in for a fitting, and the piece was made on a previously ordered mold. Although the new piece would be delivered to Lyle in the jail, no outside professional was allowed to touch Lyle's hair or hairpiece. All the previous means of affixing his false hair to his head, fusion, tracking, etc., were disallowed in jail. Oh, maybe this is why it came off in the prison shower. He now uses a product called Top Stick Strips by Vapon, maybe? Which are two-sided pre-cut AA clear tapes. He is permitted to have only 2 sticks of the tape a day to hold the hairpiece on for courtroom appearances. He cannot wear the piece in jail. And as it was explained in the previous article, you're not allowed to wear wigs and toupees and whatnot in jail because you can hide contraband under them. Or in them, under them, whatever. Another italicized quote, if nothing else, the killing of the mother is totally, completely unjustified, and I don't understand why the jury was out longer than 15 minutes. Jonathan Alter, Newsweek media critic, on Charlie Rose, January 12, 1994. To return to the story conference simile that Billy Wilder used about the defense case, the problem remained Kitty. Was she bad enough yet? What else can we say about her? What about poison? During the trial, Erik mentioned that he had feared his mother was trying to poison the family. A former girlfriend of Lyle's, Tracy Baker, took the stand and told a strange tale of a family dinner she had had in the Menendez home. While Baker never used the word poison on the stand, the bottom line of her testimony was to suggest that Jose also thought his wife was trying to poison the family. She said that Jose had gotten up from the table and taken her and his sons to Hamburger Hamlet, leaving Kitty behind. The story always seemed incredible to me. A woman who tries to poison her family is a woman who gets put away in an asylum. I have no doubt that Kitty served a rotten meal on occasion, especially when she was mad, but that is quite a different thing from poisoning her husband and sons. Never was it even hinted that Jose and his sons were not right back at Kitty's table for breakfast the next morning or dinner the next evening. Okay, that's just totally weird and out of left field, and why would they even put her on the stand? Poison. Okay. There is a disconcerting subtext to the poison story. A few people, myself included, have seen a photocopy of a letter of several handwritten pages addressed to Tracy Baker by Lyle Menendez from jail. It is not known whether Baker received it, and it did not surface in time to be introduced into the trial. In it, Lyle gives Baker full instructions on what to say on the stand. It says sand. There's another typo. There are several typos in this article. Condé Nast, get your stuff together. He tells her to read the letter, make notes from it, and then get rid of it. He tells her how to describe the incident. We will decide later around what date this incident occurred, he writes. In the letter, he refers to his parents as Mr. and Mrs. Menendez, as if to indicate how Baker is to speak of them. With great attention to detail, he tells her who was sitting next to whom at the dining room table. He says that Mrs. Menendez was not seated. She was bringing this and that in from the kitchen. He describes how his father asked his wife in a stern voice if she had done something to the food. Then he pushed his plate away, knocking over some stuff. He describes how his father told Baker, Erik, and him to leave the table and wait outside. He tells how Mr. Menendez took them to dinner at Hamburger Hamlet. He says he or Erik asked his father if they thought his mother had tried something. He says that his father said about his mother, "I don't trust her today." He says it was obvious Mr. Menendez thought his wife did something to the food. Lyle tells Baker not to remember the unimportant bits of conversation. He tells her that if she is unsure of anything, she is asked on the stand, the best answer is always, "I don't remember." No, the best answer is always, "I don't recall." It's always about your recollection when you're on the stand. Would it refresh your recollection to review the materials? Yes, it would. So when you're on the stand, don't say, "I don't remember." You say, "I don't recall." It's always about recall. I don't know why, but it seems like that's the word you use in a courtroom. During a withering cross-examination by Pamela Bozanich, Lyle admitted that he had lied when he called 911 on the night of the killings, that he had lied frequently to the police, that he had lied to his tennis coach, to newspaper reporters, and to members of his family. But he insisted that he was not lying now. Of course not. Of course not. The Menendez brothers are documented liars. Their 911 call to the Beverly Hills police to report the discovery of the dead bodies of the parents they had killed more than an hour before will always remain a classic in the deception genre. Perhaps Lyle's crying was real in that call. Perhaps even grief was involved in that genius moment. In all fairness, one must assume that the initial sight of the carnage they had created when they returned from getting rid of their bloody clothes and the shotguns must have been brutalizing to their senses. However, whether in grief or fakery, they were still lying. Every word spoken through the tears and the agonized cries was a lie. Later that night, and for the next 7 months, until they were arrested, they continued to lie convincingly to the police. It was difficult to believe that either Lyle or Erik had discovered the beauty of truth while incarcerated in the Los Angeles County Jail and facing the gas chamber. If Lyle Menendez had embraced truth, as he claimed he had, why did he ask, according to court documents, his then-girlfriend Jamie Pizarchik, during a jailhouse visit, to lie on the stand and say that Jose had come on to her? Why did he write the letter of instructions to Tracy Baker? Okay, how do we know that he asked Jamie to lie on the stand? How do we know that it was a lie? I mean, I'm not doubting. I mean, maybe that's true. I have no problem believing that he did indeed lie, and that, or he asked her to lie, and that there was no come on. But how do we know that? I just want to know where that information comes from. Much like in a courtroom, hey, could you cite your source? Can you tell me where this evidence comes from? Don't just say stuff. Okay, one bewildering aspect of the justice system is that the rights of victims do not equate with the rights of criminals. Many facts of both brothers' lives that seemed extremely pertinent to the case were declared inadmissible. "Objection, Your Honor, more prejudicial than probative," was heard over and over. No ruling on the inadmissibility of evidence seemed more puzzling to me than that concerning the screenplay entitled Friends, which Erik Menendez wrote with his one-time best friend, Craig Signorelli, 20 months before the Menendez brothers killed their parents. The screenplay was amateurish, but the thinking behind it was not. It concerned a young man who shotguns his parents to death for their money. Its inadmissibility was a serious blow to the prosecution. It didn't seem to matter. They got convicted. For it certainly suggested a genesis for the terrible crime that would transpire. The inadmissibility became even more puzzling when I discovered midway through the trial, owing to a chance encounter with Craig Signorelli, that the screenplay had been revised by Erik. Later, this was confirmed for me by Detective Les Zeller of the Beverly Hills Police, who had been given the revised script by Signorelli. The revisions, which I subsequently saw, are in Erik's handwriting and bear many striking parallels to the Menendez household. At times, the hero, Hamilton Cromwell, has an uncanny resemblance to Erik. His eulogy another typo. His eulogy at his parents' funeral reads, "My father was not a man to show his emotions. I know that he loved his family and his close friends very much. I can only hope that he loved me as much as he loved all of you." Oof. "Sometimes he would tell me that I was not worthy to be his son. When he did that, it would make me strive harder to go further, to prove to him that I was worthy, just so I could hear the words, 'I love you, son.'" And then it says tears well up in Hamilton's eyes. Wait, what? "Nothing I have ever done was good enough for this man, and I never heard those words. But I know he thought them." What? Oh. So again, this was poorly written and someone should have edited it. Graydon Carter, this is your fault. He was the editor, I think, of Vanity Fair at this time. His eulogy. The last name that's mentioned is Erik, and then it says his eulogy, which would tend to indicate it was Erik's eulogy. He means Hamilton Cromwell, the fictional character in the screenplay, was giving a eulogy at his own parents, the Cromwells' funeral. That makes more sense, but it also is really sus. Okay, and another quote. "He's not the wellest duck in the world." Leslie Abramson discussing Erik Menendez in the court transcript. Well-est. But he's still adorable, right, Leslie? He's adorable. Boys. A perplexing note throughout the trial was the health of Erik Menendez. In the nearly 4 years of his incarceration, he had fared far worse physically than his brother. It was not only that the swagger and rich boy cockiness of his arraignment period were gone, he had somehow diminished in a noticeable way by the start of the trial. When he first took the stand, Abramson called attention to his pallor. He explained that his color was due to lack of sunlight. It was subsequently reported that his extreme weight loss was the result of his inability to eat the jailhouse food. On Saturday, November 6, the word spread that Erik was in the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center trying to pass a kidney stone. Ooh, ouch. The following Monday, we learned that it was not a kidney stone. Oh, but a blood clot on the kidney. Oh, how does that even happen? I mean, unless you're getting beaten. One reporter asked Leslie Abramson in the corridor, "Isn't Erik very young to have that sort of kidney problem?" Abramson, whose answers are rarely limp, gave a limp answer. "He fell. He hit himself against a doorknob." Oh, geez. Okay, so do we want to bet he got beaten up? He got beaten up and he didn't want to say who did it? So they're making a lame excuse? Like a battered housewife? It's what it sounds like to me. I mean, kidneys, right? You get hit in the back? I think so. Okay. In Florida, a relative told a reporter that Erik had been beaten up by a jail guard. I swear I did not read this part of the article. I skimmed some of it and I didn't read it that closely. I was just guessing. Okay, in Florida, a relative told a reporter that Erik had been beaten up by a jail guard, but that theory was instantly dismissed. If it had been true, the defense would certainly have turned it to their advantage, claiming that their client was not being properly guarded in jail. Then the story was advanced that Erik had been kicked in the kidney by another prisoner. Yeah, okay, that sounds plausible. He was out for 5 days. His medical records for that period disappeared. Uh-oh. Other stories started to circulate of a more bizarre nature. But the mystery remained unsolved. Movie of the Week says, yeah, he got beat up. He did, but by whom? What happened? And the fact that Dominick Dunne considered the rumors that this guy, bizarre nature? Think about the bizarre rumors that he was relating earlier in the article. But he won't tell us what the other stories are? Now my mind is churning and it's going into some weird places. But okay. Another italicized quote. What was the trial's best Perry Mason moment? A. Defense expert Ann Burgess backing up her theory that fear had rewired Erik's brain by citing research on snails. Yeah, snails. B. Skip E. Lowe's account of attending a banquet with Mamie Van Doren and seeing Jose pinch Erik. He's got me stumped. I don't know who Skip E. Lowe is, and that's pretty shocking because I usually recognize a name. Mamie Van Doren, I believe, is no longer with us. She was an old-timey actress who was known for having a blonde hair and a very large chest. That's it. That's what I got. Mamie Van Doren was large-chested, and that was her claim to fame as an actress. Skip E. Lowe, stand-up comedian, talk show host, and actor, died 2014. Other names he used: Gaylord Esterbrook. That's a heck of a name. A heck of a stage name. Okay. He hosted a public access cable talk show beginning in 1978 that appeared in LA and New York City. Oh, he was the inspiration for Jiminy Glick, the Martin Short character. This all makes sense now. Okay, I got it. Wow, imagine that. Jiminy Glick and big-chested Mamie Van Doren, and then there's Jose Menendez allegedly pinching Erik. What a banquet. What were they having this banquet for? It seems very... an interesting group of people. Let's just put it that way. Okay, so back to the quote. What was the trial's best Perry Mason moment? Multiple choice. C. Prosecutor Lester Kuriyama to Erik. Did you know that Big Five stopped carrying handguns in March of 1986? Why would that even be relevant? D. Jerome Oziel on tape crooning an Elvis tune. Which one? And can we hear it? Did they play that in the courtroom? I need to find this now. I want to hear it. Answer C. Paul Slansky, Newsweek, December 27, 1993. Although in film and television shows about trials, dramatically charged moments are a dime a dozen. In real trials, there are rarely surprise elements or revelations. Everything is hashed out between prosecution and defense before a witness takes the stand, and either side can object to something the other side plans to ask a witness, a process that virtually eliminates the possibility of surprise. But one jolting moment occurred in the Menendez trial, and it belonged to the gentlemanly and scholarly Lester Kuriyama, a man not much given to the courtroom histrionics of his adversary, Leslie Abramson. The prosecution contended that the several-hour drive the brothers took to San Diego to buy the shotguns 2 days before the killings, conclusively established that premeditation was a factor. In order to disprove this prosecution's stand on premeditation, both brothers claimed that they had first gone to a Big Five store in Santa Monica, only a few miles from the house on North Elm Drive, to buy handguns. But after discovering that there was a 15-day waiting period for handguns, they had abandoned the idea. They said they got on the freeway and more or less ended up in San Diego, as if that had not been a destination that they had in mind, where they bought 2 Mossberg 12-gauge shotguns, paying for them in cash. There's the answer. So there are no weapons. There is no proof. How do they know that they actually went, as opposed to just claiming it? I mean, I assume they did because they did confess, but there's no proof. Unless there's a receipt, there's no proof. Unless there's an eyewitness or something, that wouldn't even be proof. That would just be evidence. But okay, Lester Kuriyama did not let go of their earlier visit to the Big Five in Santa Monica, where, Erik had said, the guns rested on the top shelf of a glass case. His questioning about the brothers' visit there became more and more specific. There were guns on the top? That's what I remember seeing, said Erik. There were handguns that you were seeing. Yes. Do you know the difference between an automatic and a revolver handgun? Like, the revolver would be the kind you see in Western movies? Yes. Did you see those, as well as the other kind that you see in the more recent movies, what you would call an automatic? I don't remember. I specifically remember seeing the old ones that did not have a revolver. Seeing the ones that did not have a revolver. At some point, you picked out a handgun that you thought was appropriate. Is that right? Yes. Did your brother also pick one out? I suppose. I don't remember. Do you recall the caliber you decided on? The questioning went on and on, each question more specific. Erik had an answer for everything. Well, I don't remember isn't really an answer for everything, is it? I suppose I don't remember. That's not it's an answer technically, but it's not when you say an answer for everything. That's not an answer for everything. Okay. Then Kuriyama dropped his bombshell. Mr. Menendez, did you know that Big Five stopped selling handguns in March of 1986? Television, which is not allowed to show the juries, and which rarely shows the spectators or the media, did not convey the full effect of that moment in the courtroom. The gasps, the open-mouthed expression on the faces of some of the jurors, the grim bowed heads of certain family members. The word electrifying hardly conveys the shock of that moment. Erik, caught, remained surprisingly calm. His eyes widened. You could almost see him think. He did not break down or become hysterical. He answered, "No, I don't know that. And Mr. Kuriyama, there were guns there, and we did look at them." But he had lied, and Kuriyama had caught him. "Leave Erik alone, or you'll be blown away." Death threat called in to Lester Kuriyama during his cross-examination of Erik Menendez, taken by a secretary in the office of Gil Garcetti, the district attorney of the county of Los Angeles. You'd hear a lot more about him when OJ went on trial. For several days, Kuriyama wore a bulletproof vest and briefly received police protection. Who would make that threat? Who would do that? What is it like for rich boys in the Los Angeles County Jail? During the trial, Court TV made a short documentary about the Menendez brothers' jailhouse existence, pointing out that Erik said his fear of R was so great that he did not use the showers. Instead, he sponged himself birdbath style in the sink in his cell. Well, maybe he also didn't want to get his hair slapped off. He is also repeated as saying that the food in the jail was so terrible that he had only the milk for breakfast, saving what he didn't drink in the toilet to keep it cool. Ew, toilet milk? No, you can't do that. That's not hygienic. And like jail toilets, I didn't think they had proper tanks. Like they have like the sink in the top, don't they? It's all one. Like how? Movie of the Week says in the chat, yeah, I'd be afraid of that where he was too. Yes, I would too. Yeah, I wouldn't want to go to the, I don't know about the food, but I certainly wouldn't want to go to the showers if I were there. But for the food, you're supposed to save up your money and get stuff from the commissary. Honey buns. That's what I hear. Not that I know personally, but that's what I hear. Okay, Sandra Sharp, who once taught both brothers at the exclusive Princeton Day School. I reiterate, it is not that exclusive. First of all, it is a day school. Anyway, it's a fine school. It's not super exclusive. It just isn't. Not by selection of students or by cost. There are far more exclusive, far more expensive schools. Sandra Sharp, who once taught both brothers at the exclusive Princeton Day School, was a witness for the defense. She was particularly fond of Lyle, with whom she had had a longer association. During her time in Los Angeles, she visited both brothers in jail. It was far easier to see Erik, who could have unlimited visitors for an hour, 4 days a week, than to see Lyle, who was allowed visitors only 2 days a week. Why? Lyle is held in tighter security than Erik. Why? When Lyle came in, Sharp said, he was wearing handcuffs. Was that embarrassing for him in front of you? I asked her. He made a joke of it. He said, how do you like my jewelry? I told him to get his act together. I said, you must show a little remorse. He said, I know, but I'm just so scared. We were told by the lawyers not to talk about the trial, and we didn't. Erik is doing a lot of reading in jail. Leslie brings him books on philosophy and art history. He said he was happy to talk to a teacher. He cried during the visit. She's gullible. A recently released prisoner who had been in the same cell block as Lyle for 2.5 years went to the Van Nuys courthouse of his own accord the day after his release. He wanted to tell prosecutors, Pamela Bozanich and Lester Kuriyama, that Lyle had read every book he could find on the SM of children while he was in jail, and that they should not believe the defense. Later, the former prisoner talked to certain reporters. He described Lyle as the most disliked prisoner in the jail, while other prisoners had only half an hour a day during which to make phone calls. Lyle had virtually unlimited use of the telephone. He hogged it, said the former prisoner. Lyle, the one who was able to receive visitors for less time. Lyle, the one who was held in handcuffs. But he's also allowed unlimited phone time. Why? And if the former prisoner shared a cell with Lyle, why did he have to go to the courthouse to talk to the prosecutors? Why was he not put on the stand to testify? That's usually how they do it, but I don't know. And Dominick Dunne didn't bother to find out. But he did bother to make an effort to find out every single make and model and cost of every toupee that Lyle purchased. Priorities in reporting. Back to the article. The Menendez brothers are inveterate telephone callers. From the phones in their cell blocks, They keep in touch with a wide variety of people, including relatives, friends, some actors up for roles in upcoming miniseries about their case, some court watchers who have corresponded with them, a few reporters, and people who have become their friends in the years of their incarceration. There is a great cachet in getting a message on your machine saying, Lyle Menendez called, or Erik Menendez called, and people tend to talk. Well, did the other prisoners overhear the conversations? And I would imagine that all the special attention would make both of the brothers targets in jail. And I mean, targets of unwanted negative attention. At first, Lyle was in tighter security than his brother because guards had discovered a shank in his cell. Okay. Shanks are blade-like weapons that prisoners make from found pieces of metal or plastic. Anyone else would have got charged with it, the former prisoner continued. It's an automatic 2 years added onto your sentence. Subsequently, after the trial started, Lyle asked for protection from other prisoners. Yeah, makes sense. During part of the trial, Lyle formed a cell block friendship with Damian Williams, one of the defendants in the Reginald Denny case. Oh, how weird. They were both celebrities together. It's a weird form of celebrity, and I didn't know this man's name, the Reginald Denny case guy. I know Reginald Denny, but I never heard of this guy, so celebrity? Both stars of court TV in concurrent gavel-to-gavel cases. I wonder whatever happened to Damian. As the Menendez brothers' fame increased, Lyle liked to have the call-ins from Court TV's Primetime Justice taped for him so that he could listen to what was being said about Erik and him. The brothers received more fan mail than any other prisoners in the jail. What other prisoners were receiving, quote, fan mail, unquote? Okay, maybe Damian, because he's another celebrity, as Dominick Dunne is telling me. I want to know how much fan mail everyone else gets. Fan mail. Ugh. For a while, they answered every letter, but as the letters began to number in the thousands, they were unable to keep up. In jail, Lyle read Ayn Rand, as well as the John Grisham novel, A Time to Kill. We were told that the brothers did not see each other during the nearly 4 years of their incarceration, except when they were taken to and from the courthouse. Movie of the Week says in the chat, prisoners getting fan mail is always weird to me. Yeah, fan. And fan being short for fanatic, very appropriate. That is why I will never say that I am a fan of anyone or anything. I am not a crazy person. I am an appreciator, not a fanatic. Thank you. A big distinction, but an important one in my book. Okay, so the brothers did not see each other during the nearly 4 years of their incarceration, except when they were taken to and from the courthouse. And they did not. They are in different cell blocks on different floors of the jail. However, what is virtually unknown is that through an elaborate telephone system paid for by their grandmother, the Menendez brothers have been able to talk to each other almost every night, sometimes for as long as an hour, as well as to friends and relatives, at least one of whom subsequently took the stand as a witness in their defense. Sounds like an awful lot of privilege for them. Oh, here we go. I was curious. How did this happen? The system worked like this. Each night, Lyle and Erik placed collect calls at the same time from their cell blocks to 2 individuals in the 818 area code. The numbers they called were not the listed numbers of the individuals. A different instrument with a different number had been installed at each house, and the number was unlisted. Lyle, from his prison phone, was patched through to Erik on his phone, and the brothers chatted away, presumably planning their strategy in total privacy. But if they both had phones, why couldn't they call one another directly? I mean, if they're worried about the prison listening, they're still on the prison phone, so the prison can hear, right? and prison phone calls are all recorded, so there is no privacy. And I'm not sure why they would have the secret numbers, because if they were trying to dial secret numbers, I mean, everything is recorded, and the police, the DA, whatever, if they wanted that information, they can just get a subpoena and get the information. Why do they need this elaborate ruse? I mean, you can actually have two lines in your own home. The grandmother could have. One grandson calls on one line, one calls on the other, and you could just patch them into one another, and you could do it that way. Movie of the Week in the chat says, yeah, why would you say anything on that phone? Well, I mean, you could just chat nonsense, but okay, I don't understand this elaborate system, though. And I also do not see how it could be total privacy. There were no records of anything more than the local collect calls placed from the jail to the houses in the San Fernando Valley. Well, yeah, but long-distance calls were placed the same way, from jail to the 818 numbers, and then to, say, Florida, for instance, with no records anywhere. No, there are records. The telephone companies have the records. And also, how do you know that this happened? I mean, there's some record. Someone knows it. Who told you, Dominick Dunne? The bills for this elaborate ruse, undiscovered during the course of the trial, were sent to the grandmother of the Menendez brothers. None of this makes any sense. And who set up the ruse? Who was billing for it? Somebody had to contact them. And again, it just kind of doesn't make any sense. If the brothers were calling from the prison, the recording is on their end, right? What am I missing here? This doesn't make sense. Okay, we're wrapping up. We're getting to the end of the article, and we will be ending the stream soon. We've reached another italicized quote. Excuse me, I swallowed my tea, a little funny. Had a little coughing fit. Okay, another italicized quote. They kept Granny from the trial so she wouldn't stand up and object to what was being said about Jose, a family friend, speaking of Maria Menendez, the grandmother of Lyle and Erik. Maria Menendez continues to live in the unfinished, unsold Menendez dream house in Calabasas. Unfinished? I could have sworn that in the last article, Dominick Dunne indicated that Maria Menendez was living in the first Calabasas house. In the first article from 1990, it was explained that the Menendez family had lived in a house in Calabasas, one house, while they had a 13-acre plot of land that they were building their dream home. 13 acres with mountaintop views, which sounds way nicer, way more expensive than the place in Beverly Hills that they ended up moving to, right? Everything, I guess, was mortgaged to the hilt. That's what it sounded like from the previous articles. But that after the burglaries, rather than stay in Calabasas, they moved to this house in Beverly Hills. But they kept both properties, which at the time of the deaths of the parents, they were trying to sell like all the properties, I guess, and nothing was moving. But it said that the Lyle's girlfriend and Eric's girlfriend at the time were living in the old Calabasas house with the grandmother, Maria Menendez. And I thought, I don't know if it said specifically, but I took it to mean that the women were all living in the first house, the old house, that the 13-acre site, I didn't even have a sense that there was even a structure built on it. But this seems to indicate that there was some kind of structure that I guess they did not complete the building of. I wonder whatever happened to that property. I wonder who lives there now. What if that's where the Kardashians are living? Do they still live in Calabasas? I don't even know. Okay, even before the prosecution rested back in August, she had stopped coming to the courthouse, whether of her own volition or through the persuasion of others. That does not mean that she was unaware of the proceedings involving her slain son and her killer grandsons, all of whom she loved. She had her little coterie of friends who attended the trial and reported all the courtroom gossip to her. Visitors to her home told me she still pulled out all the old photograph albums of her successful son, of whom she was so proud. The pictures of years of family life of Jose and Kitty and Lyle and Erik that she fondly shows to friends are in stark contrast to the saga of misery and fear that the defense depicted the existence of the Menendez brothers to have been. It is known that Maria Menendez, who is 76, has been severely disappointed with certain members of her family who took the stand and said bad things about Jose and Kitty. I have always looked up, to Maria Menendez as a gallant, almost operatic figure, the indomitable matriarch of a once proud family that has been decimated by violence, death, and betrayal. During the terrible Los Angeles fires in early November, the flames came right to the edge of her property, but she, the long occupant, refused to leave. Maria Menendez had always believed that the mafia was involved in the slaying of her son and his wife. Even when it became apparent that her grandsons were the killers, she maintained that they had somehow been duped into the crime by the mafia. One of the lingering mysteries of the case is that the weapons, the two Mossberg 12-gauge shotguns, have never been recovered, even though the brothers claimed that they had thrown the guns down a hillside off Mulholland Drive. Their grandmother contended that the mafia did away with the guns. The mafia had been a recurring theme throughout the Menendez crime story. On the murder night, during the brothers' questioning by the Beverly Hills police, in which they lied so brilliantly that the police did not suspect them. Yes, so much so that the police did not test their hands for gunshot powder residue. They let them go completely. Weird. They lied so brilliantly that the police did not suspect them. They hinted that the mafia might have been responsible. The mafia is such a broad term. I mean, what family? What group? Who? During the investigative period, Marta Cano, Jose Menendez's sister, who later turned against her brother on the stand, suggested to Detective Les Zeller that a video packaging company with mob ties, which Jose had ceased doing business with, might possibly have been involved in the rub-out. An interesting sidelight is that Erik Menendez, who had a penchant for establishing his credentials by talking about his rich family, told several of his friends in the year before the killings that his father had $75 million in a Swiss bank account. Another quote. Is it an earthquake or simply a shock? Is it the good turtle soup or merely the mock? Cole Porter, At Long Last Love. Then came the earthquake, and it was indeed the real turtle soup, 6.6 on the Richter scale. It jolted an entire city and its environs from sleep at 4:31 a.m. on Monday, January 17. At least 56 people died, thousands were injured, tens of thousands became homeless. Freeways collapsed. The city became incapacitated. Governor Pete Wilson, oof, that guy, not a very popular governor, as I recall, said the disaster could be one of the costliest in United States history. A curfew was called by Mayor Richard Riordan. President Clinton arrived to survey the damage. Movie of the Week in the chat writes, $5 million in a Swiss account. He was up to something. They're all up to something. Everybody's always up to something. That's how we get these articles. That's how we get the Movie of the Week. Okay. And imagine that, a president that arrives to survey the damage from a natural disaster. How novel. The Lyle Menendez jury, with 22 days of deliberation behind them, had still not reached a verdict, although they must have known that 4 days earlier, Erik's jury had deadlocked, resulting in a mistrial. The earthquake damaged the homes of many of Lyle's jurors. The Van Nuys courthouse, 4 miles from the epicenter, was also damaged, and there were threats of asbestos in the air. The jury reconvened in a trailer on January 24. No sooner was the telephone system working than Lyle was back on the phone. He said the quake had thrown him from the top bunk in his cell to the floor, where he took refuge under a metal table. He received minor cuts and bruises. He claimed that jailhouse deputies had abandoned the building, leaving prisoners behind. Yeah, I can believe that. I can believe that. Okay, some more quotes. It's nonsense. All this talk that there's a good brother and a bad brother. Lyle is wonderful. They're both adorable. Leslie Abramson, quoted in Vanity Fair, October 1990. Yes, and that was the first article that we read 2 streams ago. Another quote. I don't want Erik to be taking the rap for Lyle. The evidence in this case does not prove that Erik killed anybody. Leslie Abramson in her closing argument to Erik's jury, December 14, 1993. And I believe in the last article we read, Dominick Dunne semi-predicted that the brothers might try to throw one another under the bus at trial. And I guess that's about as close as we got to it. And they indeed did not throw one another under the bus. And 30 years later, they're still yoked together in lockstep, are they not? And if they are released from prison, will that bond hold? I wonder. Considering how this family is willing to, everybody's willing to, stab one another in the back, literally and figuratively, I wouldn't trust the brother. I wouldn't trust the other brother. If I were one brother, I wouldn't trust the other brother. I wouldn't trust myself if I remembered this family. Good Lord. Okay. And the final quote. We were appalled at what she said about Lyle in the closing argument. Menendez relative. It began in a blaze of gunfire in a mansion in Beverly Hills, and it ended 4.5 years later with an impotent denouement in a trailer courtroom in Van Nuys. How unglamorous. It's very second-rate, like the furniture. When Lyle's jury, just like Erik's, informed Judge Weisberg that after weeks of deliberation, it was unable to arrive at a verdict. Juror number 4, the one we had called Willie, for Willie Nelson for his resemblance, throughout the trial, piped up to the judge, "The gap is too wide." It's the old story. Things are different for the rich in a criminal situation. Had the exact same killings been committed, the same shotguns used, the same number of shots fired, the same everything, by young defendants from a less swell part of town, South Central Los Angeles, say, the trial would probably have lasted 8 or 9 days, and there would probably have been a different ending. No matter how you slice it, the 2 hung juries have to be considered a sort of triumph for Leslie Abramson and her co-counsel. She took what was virtually an open and shut case of premeditated murder in the first degree and for 6 months shifted the focus to a drama about child abuse. She had a genius for creating distraction from the main event, diverting the minds of both juries away from the ghastly sight of blood guts and 2 dead bodies. The victims became incidental figures. Not true. They're not incidental if their characters are being assassinated with the witness testimony, Dominick Dunne. Incorrect. The shabby love affair of Dr. Oziel and Judalon Smith took up weeks. And it took up about half of the first article that you wrote about this case in 1990 for Vanity Fair that we read 2 streams ago, Dominick Dunne. Weeks more were given over to the ponderous pronouncements of expert witnesses, the hired guns of the legal system, who found reasons why the blown-off face of Kitty and the blown-out brains of Jose could be direct consequences of their treatment of Erik and Lyle. Yes, but to be fair, experts work on both sides. They're hired guns for both sides, prosecution and defense. So it's, works both ways, honestly. And this is the last paragraph. As of now, we wait for the announcement of the date of the retrial of the Menendez brothers. And as we wait, we wonder if a new precedent has not been set for parricide. Well, there we go. That was very interesting. A lot of juicy, gossipy rumors, a lot of shocking, unsayable on YouTube pronouncements by Dominick Dunne. A shocking turn. I obviously knew that he was pro-justice and usually is on the side of, victims and victims' rights, which of course was inspired by his own experience with the criminal justice system with the murder of his daughter Dominique. But it really is shocking to me that the sort of turn that he took between the second article and now this third article. And I do wonder how much of it has to do, and I don't doubt that he would have a problem with the murder and with the brothers possibly getting off. Like, I totally get, he thinks they did it, regardless of a reason. They have to serve, they should be convicted and serve their time, whatever that may be. I get that, but the degree to which he wants to preserve the idea that the parents could not have done anything so wrong. I mean, yeah, true. I get it. What could they have done that allows them to receive an extrajudicial death penalty? I understand that, but it seems like he's going in really hard to try to discredit even the idea that the abuse could have happened at all. I think you can accept the idea that the abuse may have happened, and I mean the extreme abuse. The thing with the candles and all of that, and the cinnamon, that sounds like absolute nonsense. And over elaborating on a lie is always a problem and kind of an indication of a bad lie. But it does make me wonder if something was going on, maybe not exactly what was claimed, but Dunne is going in so hard. And the switch, I mean, really, movie of the week. I know you were here when we were talking all about Dr. Oziel and Judalon Smith, and it was juicy and it was crazy. And actually, the details make it seem like these shockingly unusual people should not have really been brought in as the most important people. He says it's the love affair, like, sort of sideshow, but these Smith and Oziel are the linchpin to the case. He was the therapist, and she was the one who got them arrested. So I don't know. He really seemed to have switched things. Now, the next article that I'm going to be covering on my next stream, and we don't have a tight schedule yet, so I think I may come back with this on Monday or Tuesday, and I'm thinking of doing a current news catch-up stream, maybe tomorrow afternoon, with some other things that have been going on in the news, not Menendez stuff, and not per se true crime. True crime is not my wheelhouse. It's not my jam. I like scandals, socialites, billionaires, and royalty, and anything that catches my eye. So I'm going to be looking at that. And as I said, I've been planning a Ethel Kennedy memorial stream, because when you talk about socialites and scandals, her family, just her little part of the Kennedy family, is full of them. Not to mention her family of origin, if you will, the Skakel family. Very interesting clans of people. And that will be upcoming, I'm hoping, sometime next week. But if you're looking specifically for the next Menendez stream, the next article that Dominick Dunne wrote for Vanity Fair is entitled Menendez Withdrawal, and that was published in the very next issue of Vanity Fair, which was in April 1994. And then there's a last article from 1996, and that's a shorter one, and so I may read that one and then follow up with a Vanity Fair article from 2024 that I found, obviously not written by Dominick Dunne because he is deceased, but it goes into more of Dr. Oziel and Judalon Smith, who I find to be really fascinating characters in this whole oh no, I do not want my hard drive restarted right now. Thank you, computer. Thank you. Not right now. So, that's it for this stream. If you've been here with us, thank you very much. Please go ahead, click the subscribe button, and that will help you to know when we do another stream. And also, I would recommend go to the actual YouTube page for French Dip Empire, which is the channel you are watching or listening to right now, and bookmark it on your browser, because sometimes YouTube will not give you the alert when the streams are going live, and that way you can check the actual page and see when if we're there. Hit the like, if you will, and leave a comment, if you will. Send me some feedback. Obviously, this is a new channel, and I'm developing my, my style and my schedule. And so any feedback you have, I will absolutely appreciate it. And of course, if you give a like, it helps other people. It helps with the algorithm, helps people to find us. So this has been French Dip Empire. I am the Empress. Thank you, and I hope to see you next time.